Okay, everybody. I think we're live again. Just checking the audio here, and then we'll get going. All right, that sounds pretty good. I think it sounds pretty good on my end. I'm in the temporary studio setup here this afternoon, so things are a little different on my end, but they shouldn't be too different on your end. So that should be good. Let's take away the stream starting as we have started. Oh boy, it's been a day already. We've had some isolated to scattered severe storms in the upper Midwest, mostly southern Minnesota into northern Iowa. This is kind of just a general overview here of the lower 48 in front of you here just now. This also has the updated Storm Prediction Center risk areas. Most of that is centered up in northern Minnesota. We have an enhanced risk today that got upgraded since yesterday. It's largely a large hail and wind-driven enhanced risk. However, there are some increased chances of tornadoes compared to, I think, the other day. And they've kind of pushed that a little further north. I think the other day, the 5% was down in southern Minnesota. It's currently right now around that enhanced risk. Although I still think we could get some tornado warnings in southern Minnesota and even into northern Iowa later today. Just a hunch, not really a forecast, just a hunch, but I have a feeling that the upper Midwest may overperform a little bit today. So we'll see. Again, not really an official forecast, just a little bit of a hunch that I think we're going to see some stronger storms than maybe some of the models indicated. Otherwise, that's your tornado risk. There has been a couple tornado warnings today in South Florida. I think there was even a couple confirmed spin-ups earlier this morning. Luckily, most of those, I think, were over unpopulated areas of the Everglades. There's still a bit of a tropical spin-up risk down here in South Florida. So we may get a few tornado warnings down there still. Our live cam right now is I-95. Yeah, you heard me. I-95 here in Miami-Dade County. And the only traffic I've seen going through since we were getting prepped for the stream and getting the camera up and running, the literally only traffic I've seen are police vehicles and DOT vehicles. I-95 looks to be completely shut down here on our camera due to flooding. This is I-95 southbound, I believe we're looking at here. So you may have heard that in the background. We do have a new severe thunderstorm warning. We'll get to severe thunderstorm warnings here in just a few minutes. Let's see. Just reposted it a little bit ago, but yeah, as of about an hour ago, I-95, right, I think on the north side of Miami-Dade County and Broward County, is officially shut down at Oakland Park Boulevard due to flooding by State Route 84. Right now, there are 7 miles of, it looks like, stuck traffic behind the flooding. They are working, the Florida Highway Patrol is working to get the water pumped out. So entrance ramps are closed in a pretty good stretch of I-95. And then also the surface streets are also kind of floody and rain covered, and they are super, super slow. I'm not going to pull it up here, but yeah, the traffic, if you pull up your phone's traffic map and go down to Miami-Dade County, everything is just super bright, that maroon red, like the basically going 5 miles or under kind of red. So this is, in addition to dangerous, life-threatening flash flooding, with Miami-Dade County and Broward County under flash flood emergencies right now, this is also, at minimum, just a complete disaster of a rush hour coming up here for Miami and South Florida. So we'll take a look at that here in a little bit. Please turn around, don't drown, especially as we get through rush hour and into the evening. If you're in South Florida, honestly, if you're in a dry place, you might just want to hunker down there for right now, because you don't want to risk getting stuck in flash flooding here. And actually, the new severe thunderstorm warning here is for Miami. So we're going to get down into that here in just a minute. Quickly, let's go through the risks. We have a new severe thunderstorm watch here. Covers the northern parts of Minnesota from Duluth up to Brainerd and over towards Grand Forks, North Dakota here. It also covers a bit of eastern North Dakota. So that is the latest severe thunderstorms. We also have a wind-driven risk that is centered right around Duluth here in northeast Minnesota and northwest Wisconsin. So they upped that, I think, since the other day as well, for a pretty good chance, 30% chance of damaging winds. And then the hail has also come up, a hatched area for much of Minnesota and a little bit of eastern North Dakota, and then also a large enhanced risk here for hail, and that covers much of that, again, that area in northeast Minnesota, affecting Duluth, Superior, Wisconsin, Hibbing, Brainerd, and Cloquet, Minnesota. That 15% and the significant hatched risk extends all the way down into the Twin Cities. So things could get interesting there later, as your rush hour begins pretty soon in the Twin Cities. If you can, get your car into the garage when you get home. That is a good idea. Let's see. There's also been some severe and tornado warnings in Canada today, so we'll take a look at that. Actually, some of the models showed the best chances of tornadoes may be here in southwest, northwest, west Ontario here, between Dryden and Thunder Bay, possibly skirting down into the Minnesota border. But some of the models had some pretty big isolated supercells kind of right up in here, moving about like this across areas here in Ontario. So we might see that as well here. We've covered a little bit of severe weather in Canada every now and then, especially last week. I think we had some severe weather here in southwest Ontario. I guess that's southwest Ontario. So this is just northwest Ontario, maybe. The criteria of Environment Canada for severe thunderstorms and tornadoes and things are slightly different than the severe warnings for the U.S., but in general, they somewhat line up. So we do have some tornado warnings. We can look at those in a little bit here. Those are right now in southwest Manitoba. So, all right, let's get into it. I want to quickly go through, let me close out the outlooks, and then we'll quickly go through right now. We're going to spend, I think, a lot more time this evening in Minnesota. Our new warning here for the very northern part of Minnesota. This is out of NWS Duluth for northern St. Louis County in northeastern Minnesota. Moving east at 45 for ping pong ball sized hail and 60-mile-an-hour winds. This is, again, right on the Canadian border here, southeast of International Falls. Let's get into single site radar, and we'll see where our closest radar is here. Is that out of Duluth? Yes, it is. Okay, out of Duluth here. This is affecting areas along US 53 and points east here, north of Orr, Minnesota, and just south of Crane Lake, Minnesota. Again, this is a pretty big hail core. We can see that here on the radar. And moving just kind of east, just maybe south of east. This is going to affect First Nations here along the U.S. and Canadian border. And we can see, again, talked about this before, we see those blues and purples, those brighter blues and purples. That indicates some pretty large hail. So I would not be surprised if this is going to verify for at least that ping pong ball-sized hail here. I'm a little worried today. This is areas here that are under the severe threat. And probably pretty quickly we're going to see severe warnings for some of these other storms. They just look very similar to the look of the storm that's severe warned. And they weren't there just a few minutes ago. So things are going up pretty fast here in Minnesota. Let's see. It is 4:02 p.m. Central. And yeah, about a half hour it took to blow up there. So we're probably going to see more severe warnings coming out of this area here, over towards Fargo and Fergus Falls with those storms. But right now, only one severe warning in Minnesota, and that is for northern St. Louis County here. That may affect areas up by Ely, Minnesota, but let me just take a look here real quick. It is kind of drifting pretty straight, so it may scoot just north of Ely, Minnesota. Oh, but what I was saying earlier, yeah, we're going to get more severe warnings, so for the areas just to the south. I wouldn't be surprised if we get a warning here coming out of Fargo pretty soon. But I'm a little worried because this area, especially in the summertime, Minnesota is known as the land of 10,000 lakes. And there are a lot of lakes up here, a lot of recreational opportunities. Hopefully people are going to get warnings, especially if they're out camping or boating or fishing. This is an area that's really popular for recreational activities. And especially with some starting to get warmer summer weather, hopefully just people take note. So if you're up in this area, or if you know someone up in this area, let them know. Give them a heads up. Let them know there's severe weather coming. They may not have got the news that there's a severe thunderstorm watch, and they may not get news here as the day goes on if there's any severe thunderstorm or tornado warnings. Right now, Minneapolis, St. Paul, you guys are clear for the moment, so you may get through rush hour without any storms. We'll see about that. And right now, the severe thunderstorm watch cuts off north of the Twin Cities. But later, I think Minneapolis, St. Paul is going to get into this. Southern Minnesota had some storms today. You can see here there's already some hail and thunderstorm wind damage reports coming out of this area, basically along the Minnesota and Iowa border today. Those storms have actually been on the downtrend, although we see a few more storms here near Rochester, Minnesota. Most of the damage here was, I think, some small hail and gusty winds, 50, 60 mile an hour winds. So we have some tree damage. Law enforcement reported there, 60 mile an hour winds, 52 there. Let's see, up here in southwest Minnesota. Power poles damaged, took down a substation, so there's some brief power outages. And these storms are still pretty punchy here. They're crossing actually into Wisconsin now from northeast Iowa. So Iowa, you're about out of this here. But severe warning still here for Prairie du Chien, Gutenberg over towards Lancaster, and Platteville and Boscobel in Wisconsin here. This is for eastern Grant County in southwestern Wisconsin and southern Richland County also in southwestern Wisconsin. Most of this is wind still, so it's being warned for wind, maybe a few small hail, but I think it's mostly a wind threat, and we can see that kind of arcing out like this. So especially areas here between Platteville and Richland Center here in Wisconsin, right around Boscobel and Fenmore and Westport. You guys heads up here for some damaging winds. So right now, a little quiet here in Minnesota. There's the storm that I just mentioned will probably get severe warned. And that one is going to get severe warned. It's here around White Earth, Elbow Lake, Minerva, and I think I said White Earth already. Woburn. You can see here it's also being warned for ping pong ball sized hail. We see that here around US 59 and State Route 113. And again, I think we're going to, when we zoom in, we're going to see a lot of these little lakeside communities. So hopefully people here out on Elbow Lake and the surrounding lakes there, hopefully you guys can get warnings out to any friends and family out here in the lakes. That's moving pretty much straight east too, so eventually Lake George may get in on this storm. Again, an upscaling storm just within the last half hour. That one's gone up. Again, seeing hints of other storms here. The one here south of Fargo is also going up, and then also can see another little blip here that is going to probably also upscale into a severe thunderstorm. So we'll see. We'll keep an eye on these here in Minnesota. And yeah, Minnesota is going to get quite busier later today. I mentioned earlier the severe warnings roughly line up for Canada, Environment Canada versus the National Weather Service. This one is going to extend a warning out here just on the Canadian side of the border towards Sunshine. And this is in case this storm kind of continues to upscale. So we'll see about that. It's probably going to affect more of these First Nation communities right along the U.S.-Canadian border here. But it's being warned in Canada also. for, let's see, strong winds and golf ball sized hail. So an even larger potential, which I would not be surprised about. When we start seeing those blues like we did just a scan ago, that sometimes indicates even larger hail than ping pong ball size. And we can see if, and they have kind of at the end of the radar there for Canadian radar. So looks like our Duluth radar is the best look at this. Barely. It's kind of it's a bit of a radar hole there in northern Minnesota. Okay, just want to double check. That does seem to be our only severe weather there on the northern tier. So it looks like the warning for the severe thunderstorm warning has expired here. But this has been going on basically, what, 48 hours now? This is just, this is part of the tropical moisture plume, somewhat associated with Invest 90L, but it's also not really organized. This is, at the moment, like no chance of developing into a tropical system. I think, actually, Invest 90L's center is, I haven't looked in a little bit, but I think the center of the actual Invest has come ashore. It came kind of ashore last night. So it's somewhere over here in central Florida. So this is not a named system, but the problem is there is a frontal boundary. And I think I can pull that up. Let me double check. There it is. Okay, this must be Invest 90L here. It's actually kind of centered around Orlando right now. It came ashore kind of, I think, like this yesterday. But right now, yeah, no chance of development. There is a development area. We talked about this in our latest quick cast. The development area is out here, and it's going to continue to move away from Florida if it does develop into anything tropical, tropical depression or storm, or probably not a hurricane, but if it develops into anything with a name, it would be out here over the Atlantic, and it'll continue to head up and out away from the U.S. So if it does develop, it'll just be a name on a list. But the bigger problem here is the somewhat associated moisture plume. This has been basically funneling moisture up here into South and Central Florida for the last at least 48 hours. We have a bit of this stalled front here across North Florida. That's focused a lot of this moisture here into South Florida and Central Florida. And the Invest hasn't helped the situation at all. It's added maybe a little bit of lift but yeah, regardless of any Invest here, this is an issue for especially Central Florida, especially South Florida. Naples, Fort Myers, a little bit of a break right now. It's shifted a little bit here south and east through the day today, but this is becoming a massive issue here for South Florida, Miami, Fort Lauderdale, West Palm, and as you can see, they've had rounds of strong storms all day pretty much, and there are more heavy thunderstorms back in the Everglades right now. So this radar has looked essentially the same for the last 10 hours or more. It somewhat dies at night a little bit, but then as soon as it came back in the daytime, the rounds of storms are rolling in again. So I think there was a little bit of a break overnight, but and it shifted around a little bit. Yesterday evening, it was more up towards Sarasota, Cape Coral, Fort Myers, this area here. That area is getting a bit of a break at the moment. But we'll have to watch even that area here that got hit yesterday with a lot of heavy rain. There seems to be some more showers building offshore. So those are going to slide through areas like Cape Coral, Fort Myers, Eaglewood, and even up towards Sarasota. A bit more of a traditional threat here. Below this boundary here that runs across basically the Jacksonville area, there is still a bit more focusing of moisture, but North Florida and Central Florida, a lot of this is going to be sea breeze fronts. It's a lot clearer up here, and it is the rainy season in Florida, so we see these sea breeze fronts. They propagate inland from both the Gulf and the Atlantic, and a lot of times over central Florida, Orlando, and that area, they kind of collide together, create a bunch of lift, and then storms go up and just kind of float around. So until sunset. So looks like we're seeing some of that. We're seeing some sea breeze storms here along 75 north of Tampa. And then we're seeing a little bit more activity, I think, with that low pressure around Mount Dora there in the Orlando area and points east and south. So maybe a little bit of an enhanced storm activity here for Central Florida. But yeah, the big problems right now are South Florida. Just want to double check here. And again, we're seeing I-95 completely shut down here. I-95 southbound. This is at, this happens to be at Sunrise Boulevard here. Let me just go double check our severe weather here. I think we had another severe thunderstorm warning come out while I was talking. It was that other storm here, the one near Fargo, south of Fargo, right along the North Dakota and Minnesota border here. Morton, Great Bend, Foxhome, all west right now of Fergus Falls. It's another storm for ping pong ball sized hail and 60-mile-an-hour winds. So we have 3 storms right now in Minnesota, all being severe warned here for 60-mile-an-hour winds and ping pong ball sized hail. This one doesn't look as impressive at the moment because we're looking out of the Fargo radar here at these other 2 storms. But as soon as I switch, you'll see the other one. So if you're just tuning in, there's that storm there. 3 storms right now severe warned in Minnesota with ping pong ball sized hail and 60-mile-an-hour winds. All right, let me turn off the. It can get a little overwhelming, especially if there's some casual viewers on here. We don't need the surface analysis. I do want to take a peek here at Canada. So there are a couple areas of spin up in here. One north of Russell. It looks like the one in here. And one here. So we're seeing kind of some, let's see, let me see an outflow boundary in there for sure. Okay, so it looks like we had kind of 1 or 2 supercells. They've actually collided a little bit here. The southern storm may be taking over from this area here. So we may start to see a little rotation right in here. That's on the southern flank of this storm. At the very least, there's large hail, but would not be surprised. These are not as high def of radars as the NWS ones, but there's likely some very large hail in here. And then your rotation is sitting just down in here. So we're kind of dissecting a Canadian supercell here along 24 and 250. This is an area here for tornado warning in Manitoba, near Rapid City, Manitoba, Newdale, Mendoza, and all right now north of Brandon and Shoal Lake. Looks like it's all south and east of you guys right now. And then another storm, you can see a little bit of that hook here. That is north of Russell, Manitoba. So a couple storms with some rotation here in Manitoba here. This is, I guess, southwestern Manitoba. And we may see some more storms spark up, especially if they can attach onto that outflow boundary. This one would be the one, at least visually, that I can see on the radar right now, that I'd be the most concerned about, at least based on this radar presentation. But yeah, especially if this is latched onto this outflow boundary a little bit, that may enhance that spin right in there. So look out here if you're north of Rivers, Manitoba, and also around Rapid City, Manitoba. I think this is moving southeast. Yeah, kind of east-southeast here. So we may get a few more tornado warnings out of that area. Okay, working back south here, we have an extension for the 60-mile-an-hour winds under 1-inch hail. This includes Spring Green, Dodgeville, and Mineral Point here in Wisconsin. Watching those heavy thunderstorms push through Boscobel, Wisconsin, and Lancaster, Wisconsin right now. And they're just going to continue moving eastbound. Let's see, 4:18, so another hour or so. They could be getting towards the Madison metro here, closer to rush hour. Still looking pretty strong. We can also take a look at the wind profile in those. And yeah, we are seeing those gusty winds a little far from the radar site here, but you can see those gusty winds up in here. South of Richland Center and now pushing through Boscobel and Lancaster here, approaching Platteville, Wisconsin. Certainly some quickly developing thunderstorms there. We have a couple NWS sites that are out right now. I think let's see. No, I saw this one earlier. The KSGF out of Springfield is down for maintenance until the 18th. Yeah, until next Tuesday. And then let's see, what is this? KRLX? Is that Charleston? Yeah, Charleston, West Virginia. Has some type of communications issue. So a few of them are down. Let's see, there's another one here. Cheyenne is in op as of June 9th. June 12th, there's a radar maintenance out of KRIW, Riverton, Wyoming. And it looks like some of these just might be delayed. But yeah, a few maintenance delays here, or a few maintenance issues. Hopefully we don't get too much involved with this. A little worried about this one. This one could affect us tomorrow. Tomorrow there's going to be some pretty strong storms, especially I think northern northern Missouri here along the I-70 corridor. But if those get a little too far south, that KSGF one is a pretty good radar site. So we'll have to use the KC and the St. Louis radars for tomorrow. All right, let's take a look here back down in Miami, because this is I think the most immediate urgency right now. We again have life-threatening flash flooding, a flash flood emergency for Hollandale Beach, Aventura, Hollywood, Diana Beach, whatever beach. This is for southern Broward County and northern Miami-Dade County. Between 6 to 10 inches of rain have already fallen, and additional rainfall amounts of 3 to 7 inches are possible in the warned area. Flash flooding is already occurring. Again, we're seeing that on our stream here. Taking a look at the traffic camera. That is I-95 southbound, completely shut down for flooding. Life-threatening flash flooding and thunderstorms are producing flash flooding. The sources are radar, automatic gauges, and I'll include my eyeballs on that one, because we can see it right here. Particularly dangerous situation. This is a PDS flash flood warning here. Seek higher ground now. Life-threatening flash flooding of low water crossings, small creeks and streams, urban areas, highways, streets, and underpasses. Some locations that will experience a flash flooding include Fort Lauderdale, Pembroke Pines, Hollywood, Miramar, Davie, Miami Gardens, North Miami Beach, Aventura, I think I mentioned those earlier, Sunny Isle Beach, Opelika, West Park, Ojuse, Hard Rock Stadium. Oh, geez, yeah, that's like, yeah, Oak Point, Miramar Parkway, University Drive, Estates of Fort Lauderdale, Chambers Estates. If you know any of the things I'm listing off, if you're anywhere close to this area, you're gonna probably be close to the flash flood emergency here. Again, turn around, don't drown. And stay away from the canals and culverts. They can be unstable, and unsafe. There's also wildlife down in here. There's gators and snakes and lizards and things. So you definitely don't want to be playing around with a flooded canal right now. Just take a look at our camera again. And yeah, we have more storms moving into this area. Right now here, the strongest storms in Miami are over Miami Beach at the moment and pushing out to sea here. But Miami, from downtown Miami up to Miami Beach, that is the strongest area of storms. In addition to the flash flood emergency here in northern Broward County, there are considerable tags for flash flood warnings around this whole area. So this whole Miami-Dade, Fort Lauderdale area here is under flash flood warning. And then within that is the considerable PDS flash flood emergency. So good job on the Weather Service. They're kind of doing what I like. I think I mentioned last week it was Baltimore. A week ago was the Baltimore tornado outbreak, or the Washington-Baltimore tornado outbreak. But they last week, the NWS Baltimore Washington had a tornado warning, and then within that they had the PDS confirmed warning. So they had the larger tornado warning for a few cells, and then the one that really ramped up had the PDS warning. So I like that. I like that the National Weather Service here is kind of doing the similar thing here with a bunch of flash flood warnings. Some of those are considerable, and then within that is your flash flood emergency. Hopefully this doesn't expand, but I would not be surprised if it does. And it may expand to the south because there is a ton of heavy rain and storms, and this is all moving up towards Kendall, Miami, Hialeah, Pembroke Pines. This is all moving into this same area. And we can see, look at this, how there's a bit of a line of storms, and then there's actually just storms feeding into this, just creating a just an even bigger mess of heavy rain, thunder, lightning. Probably some heavy winds in here. There are some pretty good winds in here too. This is right now being warned for winds in excess of 40 miles an hour. Gusts can knock down trees, blow around unsecure objects. So another strong line of thunderstorms and also flooding rains are about to push into Miami and the Miami Metro. And there are more storms back here. Let's take a look at the Key West radar. Yeah, we can see with the Key West radar, there are more storms back here out into the Gulf of Mexico and even crossing the Cuban peninsula, or not peninsula, but the island of Cuba here on the west side. So this is all going to be coming up towards, again, South Florida here. Pretty good thunderstorm actually coming towards Key West right now. Has a special marine warning. And yeah, let's take a look here. The other thing that this has been a disaster for today is the airports. I think earlier Fort Lauderdale International had about an 8-hour delay. Miami was ground stopped for a while. So if you're planning on flying here out of Miami and South Florida today, check with your air carrier, because it is it's a mess for air travel as well. But yeah, let's see here. This flash flood warning includes areas like 595 and 95 here. Avon Park, just south of Port Everglades. These are a very highly populated area here. The I-95 corridor here from Port Everglades through Hollywood, Fort Lauderdale. and then all the way here to the north side of Miami, around Miami shores. And yeah, more heavy rain coming into Miami as we speak. Let me play around with the camera. Let's see if we can find some other spots here. So this is the look that we've had for a while, north of Sunrise Boulevard. And again, this is an I-95, the all the lanes. That is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Looks like 6, 7, 8, 8 lanes of traffic on southbound I-95 are all shut down. The exits are shut down. We can see blue lights up there. You can see the blue lights up there. That is blocking the exit, so no one gets on and well, I guess off is not a problem, but they're on the other side of that. That is I think Sunrise Boulevard. They're on the other side of that, making sure no one turns. And you can see it's a slow go here on the northbound lanes. But at least it looks like the northbound lanes are not floody. They're very wet, but not floody. And yeah, we can see high water here in the culverts and the drainage ditches off to the side. So you can just, and this is all, it looks foggy, but this is all heavy rain still falling. Let's see. Let me go to, this is the Sunrise Boulevard. Okay, so yeah, this gives you a little better view of what's going on here. This over here is the exit we were looking up. There's the blue lights of the police activity blocking off anyone turning from going back onto 95. And yeah, this just gives you an idea also what the surface streets are like with I-95 southbound shut down. The surface streets are just a mess. There's also flooding on some of the surface streets. Yeah, you can see, look at this car here. It's sometimes hard to see on the traffic cameras, but yeah, look at these cars here. On the edge here by the stop bar, they're making little wakes. And it looks like the turn lane here, we're kind of blocked a little bit by the traffic light itself, but no one's using this actual turn lane, I think, because this is all flooded here. So there may be one or two turn lanes, or two turn lanes, and they're using the left turn lane because this is all flooded in here. And yeah, look at the truck on the other side. This is all flooded here too. So yeah, basically every street in this flash flood emergency looks similar. Let's see. Broward Boulevard. Moving okay, but again, you can see the wash from the cars. This is back at 95 and Broward Boulevard. So once again, we see police are blocking off the I-95 southbound lanes. And all these cars are actually trying to get to 95, so they may not know that 95 is closed. These are all in the turn lanes to try and get there, and that's not happening. And you can see further down here all the traffic lights. A lot of brake lights. Yeah, this is a big mess here in Miami-Dade County. Broward Boulevard at West 27th Avenue. This is one of the better cameras I've taken a peek at. There's not a ton of ponding on this part of the roadways. But even on the turn lane here, you can see there's water here, right along this lane here on the right lane. Here, watch the bus. Yeah, look at it splashing up all that water. Wow, just a mess. Please turn around, don't drown. .95 just north of Davie. Pretty much all of these, this is basically 95 into the city here. Yeah, here's a good view. Oh, look at this. All right, we're going to take this one live, or take this one full. Once again, if you're just joining us, flash flood emergency here for Miami-Dade County and Broward County. We're watching tropical moisture plume here out of the Gulf of Mexico just continually hit South Florida with rounds of heavy rain and thunderstorms. Some of the worst storms here have just pushed offshore of Miami. You can see that all that lightning activity just off of Miami Beach. But we're also watching a large complex of heavy thunderstorms here down towards Homestead. That's going to be coming up towards Kendall and actually downtown Miami here. So downtown Miami, Kendall, Hialeah are not in the flash flood emergency. You guys are in other flash flood warnings. I would not be shocked if you guys get a flash flood emergency eventually too, because the same type of situation that's happened up here towards Pembroke Pines and Fort Lauderdale and Hollywood, the same type of situation is headed your way here out 41 and approaching now Homestead and Kendall with some very heavy rain. You can see the lightning activity. These storms are very electrified. And more rain behind that. So, I mean, it's not like it's just this line and then you're through. There are more storms all the way back past where the radars can see out into the Gulf of Mexico. So, let's see. Let me take this a little fuller. This shows some of the actual flooding here. So, this is 95 at Griffin Road. And it looks like this part of 95 actually has cars on it, but the exit lane to get onto the highway is closed. I think that's just construction over here. But this whole exit here is closed. There appears to be a car partially submerged here off to the side, and you have Florida law enforcement, and it looks like a DOT crew there. Again, they're working on getting the highway open. They're working on pumping the highway here, so at least this part of 95 is moving. But this is the issue here, is even if the highway can get moving, is some of these exit lanes are really close to the canals and the water retention areas here just off the highway, and it looks like that's what we're seeing here flooded out. Wow. Again, turn around, don't drown. If you think if you see a bigger vehicle that goes through, that may have just been luck. Don't rely on that, and water can come up pretty quickly. So if you see a flooded roadway, just, you know, you're already going to be probably taking the long way home. Just take it extra safe and take it the extra long way home. And again, if you don't have to go anywhere, if you don't have to leave, if you're in a dry place already, you may want to consider staying in a dry place. This is blurry right now, but these appear to be cars that are flooded out on 595 and 95 here. Let's see if we have one going this way. Whoa. Okay, that's not going to show us anything. There's probably water that got into the camera lens here. Yeah, this is a flooded part of the highway here. Looks like cars are, well, there's a couple that are stuck. It looks like there's this one here with the headlights. Looks like they're trying to make their way through this. But this is what, do not do this. Do not do this. This is exactly what you don't want to do. Pretty sure this is the travel lane here, and whatever this is not the travel lane. That car may make it through, but you don't know if it gets deeper. You don't know if the road is washed out. Yeah, that is not a good situation. And yeah, back here at Griffin Road. And okay, this is our original picture again. You can see all these lanes are pretty wet, but it does look like as this goes under sunrise, you can see how we lose some of the reflectivity of these lines. It looks like it might get deeper back over here. No one going on that part. Okay, here is your southbound traffic basically stopped. So it looks like it goes to south of Commercial Boulevard. It looks like the highway goes to here to Oakland Park Boulevard. This is coming off the highway here, looking northwest. Yeah, so this is southbound exiting traffic up onto the surface street. Past Oakland Park Boulevard, that's where I think we have the closed, yeah, closed 95. So, oh boy. And this is, I think, only going to get worse, like I said. Let's go back to the back to one of the actual flooded out parts. Yeah, we have cars that are stuck here. 595 and 95. That is, let's see. Where is that? That is right here, just on the northern end of our flash flood emergency. Oh, hold on, you guys can't see that. This is 595 at 95. And yeah, that's on the northern end here of our flash flood emergency. There's commercial. Okay, I see where I am now. Sunrise is right here. Okay. Oakland Park. Palm Isles. Royal Palm Isles. So it looks like basically this whole area here near Fort Lauderdale, 95 southbound is shut down. And yeah, there are some cars. It looks like a Mack truck trying to get through that. It's kind of blurry. There's water on the camera, but yeah, that looks like a big truck trying to get through. Okay, let's that's 595 then. Take it even a little further south. Again, please turn around, don't drown. If you don't have to be out, please don't. And yeah, you can see, especially, I think urban flooding is sometimes a little worse. It's almost worse because you may be cruising along thinking, okay, everybody else out here, you have a bit of that herd mentality too, because you're not just, the only car on a small country road taking it slow and easy, and you have all these other cars that are out here, and so you see a big truck and they get through, and then you try and go, and then it's not working. So I think sometimes the urban flash flooding is even sometimes more dangerous, just because you have this and yeah, you have just this big mess. All right, we'll leave it there for now. I do want to take a look here. We have some other severe warnings. Actually, one is right here. They're going to upgrade this to a severe warning here near Homestead, Florida. This includes, let me zoom in here, Florida City, out here on Route 1 as you head towards the Keys, and just west of Kendall, Florida here. So Kendall Lakes, the Hemlocks, in Lakita, Silver Palm, Pine Isle Mobile Homes, Homestead. Yeah, this is all this area here. Let me grab the details. Moving east at 20 near Homestead General Airport. Severe thunderstorms. That's going to include Miami Speedway, Redland, Kendall, Florida City, Richmond West, Country Walk, Leisure City, Zoo Miami, Golds, Princeton, Royal Palm Ranger, West Kendall, The Crossings, Homestead Base, Richmond Heights, Kendall Lakes. And yeah, in addition to the 60-mile-an-hour winds, this is going to be a big flood threat here too. Torrential rains are occurring with the storms. They may lead to flash flooding. I think the flash flood threat here south side of Miami is going to go up here in the next couple hours. So we're already seeing that here on on the camera here with flash flooding occurring here around Fort Lauderdale. Starting to get things fired off here in Minnesota. Yeah, it's wow. We've been talking for a little bit, and it's gotten quite a bit bigger here in Minnesota. So we have had, it looks like a cell split out of this, the first severe storm here that was in Minnesota. Yeah, around Crane Lake. Those storms have split. They're both severe thunderstorms though. One right here is just south of Lake LaCroix First Nations. This is right on the U.S.-Canadian border here. That likely has some large hail in it, and it's being warned in Canada. This is being warned for ping-pong ball-sized hail here in Canada. That'll continue moving across the Ontario side of the border. And then our other one is kind of hugging the southern side of the severe warning. That is likely some larger hail, ping-pong ball size. It's being warned for ping-pong ball size and 60-mile-an-hour winds. Wouldn't be surprised if we get a few larger hailstones in those blue areas. That's headed south or east-southeast towards Winton and Ely, especially north sides of those communities. You guys need to definitely batten down the hatches and be in lowest level interior room. And I've said it before too, where especially wind-driven hail, it's a good idea to stay away from windows, be in your lowest level interior room. Make sure you have no skylights above you. That is certainly a dangerous situation if you have skylights. This is going to also, if it continues headed east-southeast, it's in a relatively lower populated area at the moment, but this is going to head a little closer to the Lake Superior shoreline, and that could affect areas here around Grand Portage, Lewiston, or Toft in a little while. We've had another number of other severe thunderstorm warnings. The one that we were also looking at earlier, that was over here towards Foxholm. It's moving east here as well. Likely some larger hail in this storm. It's being warned for lime-sized hail and a considerable threat. Let's see if the radar is better. Kind of between three radar sites there. But again, we're seeing that bright purple and pink areas here near Western and Wendell. That's going to continue moving over here towards Ashby. Fergus Falls. Looks like the worst of this is just going to slide south of Fergus Falls. Probably also south of Battle Lake, but especially here, Ashby, Wendell, Elbow Lake. You guys need to also be in lowest level away from windows and away from skylights. Let's check on the motion here. Yeah, it's sliding a little bit more southeast. This is also going to be along I-94 here from Evansville up to just south of Fergus Falls. So hopefully people, if you know anyone that's up along there, let them know. Would not recommend driving here between Fergus Falls and Evansville. And yeah, this is a big hailstorm here coming towards Wendell, Elbow Lake, and eventually over towards Ashby. That's going to be large hail affecting the highway. Let's see. We have other storms. Other storms are just starting to go up here in South Dakota. So we'll keep an eye on these ones. Probably this one here looks like it's got a hail core already. This is west of Goodwin, South Dakota. But we'll keep an eye on all these storms here around Webster, Syston, and Goodwill. Also have a ton of storms here that are considerable threats. Lime-sized hail, all of these are considerable threat and lime-sized hail. There's a whole cluster. You can see all these hail cores here near Lake George, south of Bemidji, Minnesota, north of Walker, Minnesota, and near Park Rapids, Minnesota. This one here that's on the leading edge along US Route 2 towards Grand Rapids, Minnesota. That one also has ping pong ball sized hail. So this whole cluster here, considerable threat for all these. And if they start to organize into a bit of a let's see what they were doing. There was actually just one or two. They've actually had some cell splits. So interesting here. This is had the one or two storms that have now split up. But yeah, these are all pretty good hail cores in here. And being warned for lime-sized hail, 60-mile-an-hour winds. We're again in an area near a lot of these bigger lakes in here. So if you know anyone that's on the lakes, please let them know so they can get off the lake here. Gonna get an extension for that storm here around Ely, Minnesota, down towards Isabella. And they're going to continue the ping pong ball sized hail here. This is moving southeast at 45. It'll be near Ely and Burnside Lake around 4:55, so that's right now. Winton, Fall Lake, White Iron Lake around 5 o'clock. Southern Boundary Waters Canoe Area and Wilderness around 5:05. And Birch Lake around 5:10. So if you're out here in the wilderness area, in the canoe waters, please take this seriously. Get to a sturdy shelter away from windows. And yeah, unfortunately, it looks like the hail core is sliding a little more south and east now too. So Ely and Winton, prepare for some large hail here. Lowest level into your room, away from doors, away from windows, away from the outside, and away from skylights. If you have a skylight above you, please relocate so it's not above you. And then let's check this area here. We're a little far from the radar site, so really can't see a ton of tight rotation. It just has a little bit of that look on the reflectivity. It's kind of a kidney bean. So we'll watch that storm here for any tornadic potential as well. So these are some severe thunderstorms. They're on the Manitoba side of the border here. They are sliding southeast. So we'll have to see. Again, the criteria for severe thunderstorms in Canada, it varies a little different compared to the U.S., but we'll keep an eye on these strong winds and nickel-sized hail and also heavy rain. That's one of the heavy rain is a criteria for severe thunderstorms in Canada. So we'll see about that. If that upscales, though, that's going to be crossing I-29 here, just into the U.S. border around Drayton, Cavalier, Hawlock. We'll watch those storms as they slide south and east. They're going to come out of Manitoba and into North Dakota and possibly into a more favorable environment here. We've also been watching this storm. This storm has latched onto an outflow boundary here in western Manitoba. It's still being tornado warned by Environment Canada. And we can see there is rotation in here near Rapid City, Forest, and north sides of Brandon, Manitoba. Yeah, especially around Forest, and likely some large hail up in here too. So this is a dangerous storm. It's going to probably slide just north of Brandon, but also you have a pretty strong cell coming up to your south as well. We'll see if Environment Canada extends that tornado warning to the south and east. Another storm getting lime-sized hail and considerable threat here for that southern end. Looks like there's a new storm upscaling here, so I wouldn't be surprised if it gets severe warned. But this whole storm cluster is a considerable threat. Lime-sized hail, 60-mile-an-hour winds. Grand Rapids to Bemidji, down to Lake George and Park Rapids and Walker. Right now, if you're in the Minneapolis-St. Paul metro, things are okay right now, but it's going to get rocking and rolling later this evening. And then let's check into our storms here in western Wisconsin. They're still going here. They're around Mineral Point and Dodgeville right now, Spring Green, and eventually down to Darlington and Sholsburg. This is along US 151 here with some damaging winds. This cluster of storms has had damaging winds pretty much its entire, at least the last, I don't know, 5-6 hours. It's had damaging winds all the way back into southern Minnesota here. Yeah, you can even see down in here. So it's had a pretty good core of damaging winds with tree damage, power line damage, 50, 60 mile an hour winds. And it's still going. It looks like we have some latest reports here from Boscobel. That was when we started the stream here. Those storms were approaching Boscobel. It's a severe warning and had a 64 mile an hour wind gust there. So still strong storms. They're approaching Mineral Point and Dodgeville. I think those are the most strongest part of those storms. And eventually they're going to slide over towards the Madison metro as we get into a little more populated area here in southeast Wisconsin. Yeah, 3 tornado warnings. Those are all in Canada at the moment. And 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 6 of the severe thunderstorm warnings are considerable threat. That's that mostly for this cluster up in this area here in central Minnesota, from Bemidji to Grand Rapids, and then also that one near Fergus Falls. Lime-sized hail, 60 mile an hour winds. Looks like I was going to say, I haven't seen any hail reports yet on here, but looks like there is a public report of quarter-sized hail. This is near Cusson, Minnesota, in St. Louis County, Minnesota. So that storm here that's near Eli has already produced some severe hail. And yeah, we're seeing it with these blue cores here, just to the north and west of Winton and Eli, Minnesota. That's going to be some large hail coming at you. Okay, and then bouncing down to the south. Strong storms here just to the west of Key West. That is some heavy wind. This is currently a special marine warning. But over the open water, there are some very strong winds in this storm. So some of this is likely reaching sea level here because there's not any friction from land. And also this is right with the heaviest precip here, and we can see all that lightning. But there is probably easily 50 to 60 to even 70 mile an hour winds in this cluster of storms. And that is making its way eventually towards Key West, and then also eventually towards southwest Florida. So we'll have to keep an eye on this cluster right in here as it comes towards southwest Florida. We also have the current severe thunderstorm warning here around Homestead, Florida. This is just a mass of severe thunderstorms with heavy rain, wind, and a lot of lightning in here. It's being warned for 60 mile an hour winds coming into the south side of Miami. We're watching our camera here out of Miami-Dade County with flooding along I-55 or 595 and 95. Look at the drainage channel here. Wow. And you can see the cars have all the wash behind them here. We've been watching this camera too for a while. It's had an exit problem here with the flooded roadway, and it looks like a car stuck on the side here. Let's leave our we'll leave the flood watch or the flood warning right now, and let me see if we can get any other cameras here. What is going on here? Is this an exit? Just the light doesn't hold long enough? Yeah, I think it's that exit backing up. Wow. Yeah, just an absolute nightmare of travel right now. If you don't have to travel, please don't in South Florida. Here's a big mess. This is 95 at US 441. Look at this whole drainage area. I assume it was a drainage area, but it is completely flooded. It looks more like a lake at the moment. And it's kind of spilling out onto the exit here. Yeah, these are the issues that are all over Miami-Dade County right now and Broward County. This is supposed to be dry land up here, and it's all spilling out onto this interchange. Yeah, just what a disaster. Here's some urban flooding here at Northwest 36th Avenue. And we can see this is pretty, it is, I would not do that if that was my car, I would not do that. Let's just put it that way. But some of these bigger vehicles are gonna, it looks like, attempt it. And then the issue too is, this is what I was talking about earlier with the urban flooding situation, is you have some of these bigger vehicles and they can make it across, but if you try and go with them like this truck is going through, look at the big wake that it's leaving. So those can wash into your air intakes and stuff. Like if you're that little car on the see, I'm really getting concerned they're going to get stuck right here because they have the big trucks and pickup trucks that are washing right by them. It looks like they made it, but that is just, I would not want to do that. I would not want to risk that to myself, my own health and safety, but also just my car. And there's just scenes like this of all over Miami Metro here. These are major, thoroughfares. These are the major boulevards around Miami. We've seen here the interstates, Interstate 95 shut down right now. This is just an absolute mess. Wow. Just wow. Okay, I want to remember this camera. This is 107. State Route 924 at Northwest 32nd Avenue. That is, yeah, that is right in our warning area. But I want to go down here towards, yeah, let's go down here towards the area here where we have the severe thunderstorms and just see how this area is going. So once again, it's hard to see sometimes on the camera, but there is rain falling. We can also see the wind here. There's trees blowing here in the wind, and you can see all of this. This is very wet roads. We can see the cars have a lot of wash on them. At times, they're kind of plowing through water. Yeah, these are miserable conditions at the very minimum. This is near the airport. So this is rush hour in Miami here. In heavy rain, thunderstorms, and flash flooding. Let's go back to this one. Yeah, this is a pretty major area here. State Route 924. Okay, this is it right here. Here it is right here. Near Westview and Murex Trailer Park, Westview, Florida. So this is a good example. This is just about a block south. Maybe a couple blocks. Yeah, it's about 1,500 yards south of the flash flood emergency. So once again, if you're outside of the flash flood emergency, this flash flood emergency for Pembroke Pines and Hollywood here, Miami-Dade County and Broward County is just some of the worst of the flooding. But there's still a massive amount of flooding going on here in South Florida. And would not be surprised here, especially after this batch of thunderstorms move through, if we get more flash flood warnings back here. And you can see we just have rounds of storms and rain stretching all the way back towards Naples and Marco Island on the west side of Florida. And then more heavy rain and thunderstorms all the way back here. Key West actually has a special weather statement out here for those storms that I saw earlier, 50 to 55 mile an hour winds. And those are coming into Key West at the moment here. Would not be surprised if there's some stronger winds in here. Yeah, it just looks like there's going to be probably, I would think, even higher than 55. It's probably going to be closer to 60 because we're seeing some really heavy wind readings in here just offshore Key West. They might not have the severe thunderstorm criteria here because the heaviest part may just miss Key West. So the heaviest part may just stay just slightly offshore Key West. But those are another round of heavy thunderstorms coming in. Our tornado warnings have went up, but I think that's all in Manitoba right now. New tornado warning here for that cell that I mentioned that was right on the it's right on the U.S.-Canadian border. Near Darlingford. And we can see rotation in here. We're far from the radar site, but it's right here near Darlingford. That's going to be one to watch here as that heads just to the southwest of Winkler, Manitoba here. And this may get into northern North Dakota here. We're going to have to really watch that cell. Checking in on our storms in Wisconsin at the moment. They are pushing eastbound here from Darlington, Mineral Point, and Dodgeville. An extension of the warning here for Prairie du Sac, Mount Horeb, Argyle, Wyoto, and Monroe here in southwest Wisconsin. Just to the west of the Madison Metro now is under severe thunderstorm warning. That includes Verona and Middleton, Cross Plains, and town of Springfield. So, it's pretty quickly this will be pushing into Madison. They are moving a little slower than they did earlier. They're moving east at 25, so not quite expedited into Madison, but let me oops. Let me get this thing. Sometimes it has a mind of its own, but push this line out at 25. Verona, just southwest of Madison, about 52 minutes. Middleton, about 60. And then downtown Madison, if these hold together, about 70 minutes. So just a little more than an hour, and they'll be into Madison here. And it's 5:15 Central Time. So they're going to be getting into Madison just on the later end of rush hour. Big clusters of severe thunderstorms here ongoing in Minnesota at the moment. Let's take a peek at all these. This one is that storm that was sliding south of Fergus Falls near Wendell and Elbow Lake. This is now along I-94 here, so this is some big hail. $50 sized hail to lime sized hail. It looks like we're at a split here for the weather services. So lime-sized hail on this one and $50 size in this one. I would say at least $50 size. And this is going to be right in the area here from Elbow Lake over to Ashby. We have a big cluster of severe thunderstorms, considerable threats for lime-sized hail, basically all these storms. And we've already had a couple hail reports in here for 1.5-inch hail by a trained spotter. There's some gusty winds in here too. A little bit of rotation in a couple of those cells. That one near Grand Rapids here has the strongest at the moment, but they're not moving particularly fast. They're just it's a big cluster of different cells with, if you happen to be in one of, they're smaller cores, but if you happen to be in one, these are pretty strong. There's kind of essentially 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 severe thunderstorms, maybe 7. That one on the back end has downtrended a little bit. Probably got some rain-cooled air from all these storms around it. But there's at least 6, if not 7, pretty good hail cores in here. I'll still count that one. And they're all moving to the south, or the east-southeast. And let me see if I have an update. Moving east at 45. Or moving east at 40. East at 45. East at 45. Somewhere 40 to 45, they're moving east. So this is gonna, this cluster could be the cluster that gets into Duluth here. So be on the lookout here. Floodwood, Cloquet, Duluth, McGregor, especially if you're in the Duluth area and you're headed up US 2 towards Grand Rapids, that is going to be not a fun drive. And then we're still looking at this storm here near Ely, Minnesota. I mentioned earlier it had a little rotation and it looked kind of suspicious looking. We're kind of far from the radar site, so it's not a great look. There's certainly large hail in here, right over Winton, Minnesota. But this has had a bit of a kidney bean look for a while, and now it does have a bit more of a defined appendage here down towards Ely. So we do have to watch this storm. There is rotation in here, and it now does have a tornado possible tag. So good call on the Weather Service. Looks like we also got some updates here of larger hail near Crane Lake, ping pong ball sized hail with that severe thunderstorm, and also south of Crane Lake, a public report of ping pong ball sized hail near Bayek, Minnesota. And then also we talked about that 1-inch hail report earlier. So this storm has already produced the ping pong ball sized hail it's being warned for, and would not be surprised if it gets more. This is also going to slowly slide to a more populated area here along Lake Superior. So we have to start watching that cell. So if you're just joining us, we have some strong to severe thunderstorms with some tornado warnings in southern Manitoba. We have a big cluster of hail-producing thunderstorms here in Minnesota. A wind-producing cluster of thunderstorms now into southwest Wisconsin. And then we have strong to severe thunderstorms producing massively flooding rains with flash flood emergencies around Miami-Dade County and Invest 90L. So we have a lot going on here. I'm going to grab a drink real quick, and while I do that, I'm just going to put the radar into the full screen kind of radar. So I'll cut out our Canadian friends at the moment. That way you can see kind of what's going on. About like that. All right, let me go grab a quick drink, and then we'll regroup and detail all of this going on here. Flash flooding and severe weather here from Minnesota all the way down into South Florida. And a new severe thunderstorm warning just coming on here for south, or I guess about central Minnesota. All right, let me go grab that drink. All right. Okay. I think we're good. All right, let me check the audio again. Testing, testing. 1, 2, 3. Testing, testing. 1, 2, 3. Testing, testing. 1, 2, 3. Testing, testing. Yeah. Okay, audio sounds good. Let me just adjust the mic just a little bit. Should be good there. What I did is while I got a drink of water, I actually swapped to my more normal studio setup. I was in a temporary studio. What is this? Is that on the background? Okay, we'll just slide it like that. I was in a little bit of a temporary studio setup, so for the afternoon, so I relocated and swapped some lights and computer equipment and a microphone and everything in a rushed amount of time. So I think we're fully set up again, and maybe a tad on the bright side. Yeah. All right, that's pretty good. I'll play around with the lighting later. We do have a tornado warning that just came up here as I was moving the mic and everything and the light. So let's get into the tornado warning. It's for that tornado possible storm in northern Minnesota, the one that I'd been watching for a little while. We're slightly getting closer to the radar site out of Duluth, Minnesota. So we can see that storm a little better. And let's get in here. And it does have a tornado warning now. So this also still has a considerable threat for golf ball size hail. It's produced golf ball size hail. And now it does have a tornado warning. Let's get into it. I think this is the first tornado warning of the day outside of Florida. Florida had some tornado warnings earlier today. But yeah, we are seeing that rotation here pick up. And that is right here. I don't know why it's not making a great circle. So that's weird. Okay. But right here, just near Minnesota Route 1, that's where we're seeing the, and there is an appendage there. That's where we're seeing that area rotation just on the southwest side of the cell. Your hail core is sitting up in this area here. So that is a dangerous storm. Number of other severe thunderstorm warnings here from Hibbing down towards Grand Rapids, and then down towards Pine River, Emily, Pequot Lakes, Minnesota. You guys are all under severe thunderstorm warnings. Some of these are considerable threat for lime-sized hail. There's a couple in here that I think still have lime-sized hail. In general, we're not seeing as many of these purple hail cores. So that is one good thing, but we have seen at least ping pong ball-sized hail in here, and there are some trained spotter reports of this. So law enforcement and trained spotter reports of that ping pong ball-sized hail. That's approaching Hibbing and Chisholm, Minnesota right now. Grand Rapids, you guys are in it right now. Up towards Benna, Deer River, Weebado, Pine River, Hackensack, Ankley, Walker, and that is just a big mess of storms. Our camera, if you're just joining us, our camera right now is out of South Florida. The Miami-Dade Metro has a flash flood emergency in progress, and we're watching the flash flooding happen here live. That is out of State Route 924 and Northwest 32nd Avenue. Yeah, that is a big mess. That is actually some pretty deep water we're seeing. Something's going on with the mouse, but we'll worry about that later. We did have a new tornado warning come in. It's for a cell up here in northern Minnesota, or northern North Dakota. We were watching that cell near Winkler, Manitoba. It's right on the Canadian border with a bit of a rotation here south and west of Winkler, Manitoba. I was thinking that might get down into North Dakota, but we, ahead of that, have had another storm here upscaling. Doesn't look that impressive on radar, but let's check it out here. Yeah, we do have some rotation in here, and I wonder if it was a little stronger here when it was just warned. It's had it for a little bit. You can kind of see it up in here near Accra and Cavalier. And yeah, there is a bit of rotation right on that southern side here. Again, it's not the most impressive cell, but it does kind of loop around and create that hook on it. Yeah, I don't know what's going on the drawing today, so drawings are going to be a little weird today, I think. I think it's the mouse and not the internet program. All right. Well, I'll just have to deal with that. So up here towards Glaston, Canton City, Drayton, you guys are all in this tornado warning here. Lowest level into your room. Stay away from doors and windows. Please put as many walls between you and the outside as possible. This is also Interstate 29 between mile marker 186 and 201. Not quite to the 29 corridor yet, but it will be here in a little bit. And I do have to change. We now have some tornado warnings. So let's get that adjusted there. 2 tornado warnings. I guess I technically could have had that up for a while because we had some tornado warnings here in Manitoba, but we'll keep it on the U.S. side here for a little bit. But 2 tornado warnings right now. We have one here on northern North Dakota, and then also one here in northeastern Minnesota. Getting a little closer to Twin Cities, Alexandria, Minnesota here along I-94. Big hail coming in here. This is a area here that has at least $half sized hail. Earlier was being warned for ping pong ball sized hail. Would not be surprised if we get another warning for ping pong ball sized hail out of this storm. You can see those blue colors. That's really indicating some of that larger hail that's possible. And that's riding right along I-94 here between Evansville and Holmes City. As it moves kind of east-southeast, it is going to head towards Alexandria. So we do have to watch that. Bell River and Alexandria are up next. And that will likely get another warning here that gets extended on eventually. And let's just see here. How fast is it moving? 35. It's moving east at 35. So let me just take this kind of out from closer to the leading edge. And that puts it into Alexandria in about 13 to 15 minutes. At least until you start getting into the edge of the thunderstorm. The worst of the weather is just a little bit behind there. But you're going to start getting the heavier rain, lightning, and thunder here in about 13 to 15 minutes, and then maybe about 15 to 20 until you're up into that hail core. Look out here, Alexandria, maybe the last minute or two to get into the garage. North of Lone Prairie, this is a newer severe thunderstorm that I think got warned while we were making the transition to the studio here. But 1-inch hail and 60-mile-an-hour winds. All these storms have had wind potential, but mostly the biggest concern has been the hail. Let's look back here at our storm here between Isabella and Ely. And we are still seeing that rotation up in here near Birch Lake. So that's a dangerous storm. It's headed towards Schroeder and Toft eventually. We'll see if that one holds together. And then checking this storm again, this tornado warned storm near St. Thomas, North Dakota. And yeah, still seeing that rotation in here. we're pretty far from the radar site, so it's going to be tough to confirm that through CC. That's an interesting cell. It does not look that impressive on radar, but it definitely has rotation on it. The reflectivity is not very strong. They've dropped the severe thunderstorm warnings here out of out of Wisconsin, and I can see why. We're definitely seeing a big drop in the reflectivities here. This is a did have a 60-mile-an-hour wind report near Dodgeville, but good news for Madison. We can also see the outflow boundaries here pushing through Columbus, Beaver Dam, Sun Prairie, Madison right now. So these storms here in southern Wisconsin at the moment are outflow dominant. They are going to be, I think, fading fast here. Yeah, we can see those outflows surge out, and that has really disrupted the severity of these thunderstorms. So some good news there in Wisconsin at the moment. 2 tornado warnings in the U.S., and then I do want to get back down to our friends in South Florida here, because we just have a mess here in South Florida. Checking in, the I-4 corridor has not been that bad today. Just some scattered to isolated showers here. We do have some storms that are riding on the sea breeze fronts, especially north of Tampa towards Spring Hill, and then up towards Cedar Key. Orlando's been pretty good today. We've had storms to the south side of Orlando, and still some storms here south of Lakeland along 2798. Those are pretty punchy still. And then also riding up here along the western coast of Florida towards Live Oak. So Central Florida and Northern Florida are quite different from the mess that we have going on here. The South Florida today has been just rounds of heavy rain, thunderstorms, some severe at times, a couple tornado warnings earlier in the day. Now that those severe storms are pushed off of Homestead, I would not be surprised if there's a couple water spouts going here with those part of those storms. Particularly that one here has a bit of a notch in it. Maybe even another one there. But yeah, these two are probably water spouts. They are leaving the Florida coast, though, so that is good news for Florida. The bad news is there is more rain, storms, lightning, and particularly these storms here that have just bypassed Key West have a pretty strong wind reading in them. Key West was under a special weather statement for a while. We're not going to get quite as good of a wind reading because we're kind of looking at the storms from the side as they go to the northeast. But before, when we were looking at the storms more directly to the west of Key West, that's where, let's see, and how far west of Key West were these? About 11 miles or so. We were looking at more wind readings here in the 60 to 70 mile an hour range. So would not be surprised if there's some pretty gusty winds still in this storm. Those are going to make eventually their way to shore here over the Everglades. So we'll see more rounds of heavy rain and thunderstorms coming into South Florida this evening. Let me just hold on. Yeah, I just swapped into the studio, so bear with me here. Okay, that's better, I think, for me. Just angle that down just a little bit. All right. All right, that sounds good. Audio still looks good, so I think we're in good shape. Not so good shape here. We have catastrophic flash flooding. A flash flood emergency here is in place for southeastern Broward County and south and northern Miami-Dade County, southern Broward County and northern Miami-Dade County here. A flash flood emergency. This started around the time we were going on the stream here, but it's been going on really all day with flash flooding. They've had in this area 6 to 10 inches of rain, and an additional 3 to 7 inches are possible here in the flash flood emergency. And it is a PDS flash flood. Seek higher ground now. Again, if you don't have to drive tonight here in the Miami-Fort Lauderdale metro, please don't. If you already have, especially a area here that is dry, yeah, just stay there. And this is going to get worse as it gets towards evening and towards dark. So definitely turn around, don't drown. We've seen cars here, watching here along State Route 924 and 32nd Avenue. That is just in this area here, right around Westview, Florida. This is the intersection right in here that we're looking at. And where are we looking? Northwest. Okay, so we're looking this way. I think this is along 32nd Avenue. If I'm could be wrong, but if the camera says we're looking northwest of this interchange or this intersection, it'd be right in here. But this is just on the edge of our flash flood warning. You can see that green and black dotted line here, just about 1,500 feet south of our flash flood emergency. The whole Miami-Dade metro is in a flash flood warning, so again, continue to stay safe out here in South Florida. Again, would not be surprised. Hopefully no one's boating out here, but there's definitely some signatures here of some water spouts now that those storms have moved offshore. Likely ongoing here between South Florida and the Bahamas here. May get some stronger storms coming in later tonight too. All right, I want to get back up to our tornado warnings here. The first one here is in northeast North Dakota. We're watching this one here north of St. Thomas near Glaston and approaching the I-29 corridor. Still seeing that area rotation. It's in here near Glaston along US 81. Doesn't look particularly strong, but we are a little further from the radar site here, so still an ongoing tornado warning. It's still radar indicated. If you're in here from Glaston to St. Thomas and then along I-29 here near Drayton, that's along the Red River here too. Drayton up towards Juliet. Please stay in your safe space here. Let this dangerous storm pass. This one, at least in our vantage point here, does not have a ton of lightning on it, so it's kind of a little bit of a surprise tornado warning. If someone was out here, they might not really kind of understand the severity that they're in. Still watching this storm. This is in Canada right now, but it's south of Winkler, Manitoba, with some rotation. We'll have to watch that one. It's getting close to the U.S. border. Some of the criteria is different than for warnings in Canada versus the U.S., but it is about 4 miles from the U.S. border. So if that continues to move south and east, more like that, it could get over here towards Gretna and then into the U.S. We'll definitely have to watch that one. The ongoing tornado warning here north of Isabella, Minnesota. That one we have a little bit better picture of. There's this notch in here, and we can definitely see our rotation point right in this area here. Couple lower values, but it's we're still far from the radar site, and there's some hail in here. So would not be surprised if we get a little bit of hail contamination in that. They're going to extend out a severe thunderstorm warning for ping pong ball-sized hail and 60-mile-an-hour winds. That's for those areas around Schroeder, Toft, Watson, along Lake Superior here. We'll see if they extend that tornado warning. And then some pretty gusty winds in here. And pockets of heavy hail right here near Bacchus and Pine River. That is a strong thunderstorm here. We can also use the CC to see some of those hail cores. So yeah, there is a bunch of hail in here near Bacchus. Also, this is a hail spike here where we see this line of storms. That's for this area right here. Yeah, we can see that hail core. So there's a bunch in here. More hail over here south of Grand Rapids. And then also this area here north of Grand Rapids likely has some larger hail in it. Yeah, we can see that pretty good. And those hail cores are showing up using the CC. This is coming over towards Evelyn and Virginia, Minnesota, along US 169. This is not a fun drive up in here. Talked about it earlier. This is a pretty good area here with a lot of lakes. There's a lot of recreational activities up in here. So hopefully people are getting the warnings that there are severe thunderstorms with large hail, damaging winds. Some of those could be hazardous to health too. When you get up into ping pong ball size, golf ball size, and lime sized, that gets pretty damaging here. Yeah, there is a little rotation in that storm. That storm does have a tornado possible tag at the moment. The leading edge here is going to get, for that Virginia, Minnesota, Evelyn, McKinley, Hoyt Lakes, over towards Fairbanks. That is going to get a considerable threat extension here for lime-sized hail. This is just about into Evelyn, Minnesota here. So this is a decently populated area here in northern Minnesota, up along US 53. And then that area around Alexandria, the $50 size hail, maybe even a little higher than that. That's coming into Alexandria, Minnesota at the moment here. Gonna get a new tornado warning for the cells that are just north of the one that we were watching here. There's still a little rotation showing up, but this cell seems to be dying off. At least from what we can see on the radar, this cell does not look that impressive. But just to the north of that, these cells here near Bathgate, Hamilton, Cavalier, Juliet, just north of Glaston, you guys are back in a tornado warning. Really far from the radar site. That looks like the rotation would be up in here, north of Cavalier. Near Baku. Yeah, there it is right here, near Baku. So that's our area rotation right in here, north of Cavalier, and now just to the east of Baku in North Dakota. So we're looking at that area right here. Another interesting cell. It's kind of doesn't have the structure that you would think. This one has a little bit more of a hook on it. We'll have to watch this one. It got a new tornado warning for areas here around Gretna and Plum Coulee, with rotation here near Rhineland, on the Manitoba side of the border. But it's been getting closer and closer to the Manitoba and North Dakota border here. So a couple tornado warnings here. They've let the one on the eastern end expire, or drop actually. I think it was going longer than that, which is interesting. It still has some rotation in here. If that continues, that might need another tornado warning. Yeah, that flooding is pretty crazy. Let's tuck the camera back just a little bit. And then let me see if I can get another camera out of the see if we can get a camera out of Minnesota. Still seeing that flooding. Every now and then you can see the drips too. There's still heavy rain coming down. The cameras don't really show that too great, but there are still a lot of heavy rain here. All right. Let's see. Don't know if any of these are going to be live cameras, so that's always a little frustrating. Some states have really great live camera systems, and then other states just have the cameras that take a picture every couple minutes here. Okay, well, some of these are live cameras, so that's good news. Let's take a look here. All right. All right, let's see here. Should be able to get this camera up for you guys in just about 2 seconds here. Well, maybe a little longer than 2. Top. Okay, we got a good camera coming. This is out of the area here, just in the Virginia. Oh, there we go. This is out of Virginia, Minnesota, so we're just into the hail and rain here. This camera just started shaking as I got it loaded up. And I think we're seeing hail here hit the camera. Wind and hail. Wow, you can see the wind. This is over like a bridge. It looks like a valley. You can see the rain and wind and hail hitting the camera, but also you can see it blowing across this road. So this camera's looking southeast on US 53. So we are really getting hammered here in Virginia, Minnesota. Yeah, there's definitely larger hail. We can see that in those cores, the blue towards Mountain Iron, Parkville, West Virginia, Hopper, Virginia, Midway, and then out towards McKinley here. You're about to get into some really heavy precip, hail, and heavy winds. I think we're seeing everything kind of verify there. That is definitely rain and wind and hail pinging off the camera. That is not a fun drive here. If you don't have to be out in Virginia, Minnesota, let this cluster of storms pass. There's a little bit behind you along 169, but for the most part, the strongest storm right now is over Virginia, Minnesota. Surprising this storm did not get a tornado warning extended. There is still rotation in here north of Isabella, and it actually looks more impressive than it did earlier, especially on the reflectivity. So that is a storm to watch. It also has ping pong ball sized hail and 60-mile-an-hour winds. This one is a considerable threat, lime sized. Wow, 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 wow. You can barely see the other side of the bridge here. The visibility has come down significantly on this camera here out of Virginia, Minnesota. And hail is hitting the camera. Wow. Okay, updated the title of the stream here. So tracking severe storms in Minnesota and also flash flooding in South Florida. But we're watching the storms here come across Virginia, Minnesota. Looks like we may have lost, the feed froze up a little bit. We may have lost the feed here. All right, let me make an adjustment. Okay. New tornado warning coming out. It's going to be for that area here that I mentioned just a few minutes ago. Definitely need another tornado warning. And yeah, we're starting to see a pretty clear picture here of this storm. It's getting ever so closer to the radar site. And yeah, we're just north of Isabella, Minnesota. This is our, I think, at least for presentation, this is our best presenting tornado warning at the moment. Oh, look at that. It cleared out really quick. It's still raining, but the wind has died down significantly and not seeing the hail. Let me see it. That was, yeah, that's right. There's actually a couple cameras at that bridge, but that was in Virginia, Minnesota. It's right here. I guess kind of between the strongest parts of the storm, but about to get hit again, probably with some stronger wind and hail. Right here along this bend. Yeah, it's right here along this bend here. Just to the east of Virginia, Minnesota. That's where our camera is. Definitely confirmed a large hail. All right, let's take a look at here at our other tornado warnings. The one is still has a little bit of rotation in it. It's a tiny little cell, not very organized, but it does have that. It does have a little bit of an appendage, so it's kind of a little mini supercell. We're seeing it kind of far from the radar site too, but that's about to cross I-29 here near Bosemont in North Dakota. And then we're also watching the cell to its north. This is north of Cavalier, approaching Hamilton and Bathgate. Yeah, that had some better rotation here, just back to the northwest of Cavalier. Actually, that scan there looks pretty tight, which is there is a little CC on that, but that was a little better presenting just a few scans ago. That seems to have broadened back out. I'm not seeing that as much, but could spin back up. That's near Bathgate and Hamilton right now, and then over towards Juliet along I-29. Watching that severe warning storm near Winkler as well. Yeah, very interesting setup here. All right, let me, yeah, look, you can see the lightning too on that Virginia, Minnesota camp. Taking us back to South Florida, there's the flooding still ongoing. I want to see if we can get a camera out in front of the storm that's tornado warned. Let's see. Unfortunately, we don't have a live camera there. We just have one of the cameras that takes pictures every couple minutes. But this is a look here at that area around Schroeder and Toft. And you can see there's even some blue sky out ahead of this storm. But very quickly here, on the other side of that hillside, sloping up from Lake Superior here, is a pretty strong thunderstorm with a pretty good area rotation. That's approaching Manitou Junction, Kramer, Taconite Harbor, Schroeder, Toft. You guys are all in a tornado warning. Please be on the lowest level into your room, away from doors and windows, and put as many walls between you and the outside as possible. And if you have a basement or storm shelter, that's even better. If you can go to a below ground level, that is even better there. But yeah, that is a pretty strong area of circulation. Now to the south and east of Isabella, and just north of Manitou Junction. Don't think we have a camera up that way, but I can check. Let's see. Now the closest camera is north of Isabella. This camera, though, gives you the kind of conditions that you'd be dealing with chasing up in this area. This is certainly very wooded area with a lot of tall trees, birch trees, pine trees. These are the North Woods. So I know a lot of chasers talk about how hard it is to chase down south in Dixie Alley, you know, Alabama, into Georgia and Arkansas, parts of Arkansas, Tennessee, Mississippi. Those areas have a lot of tall pine forests as well. And yeah, this is North Country here. This is up there in the North Woods. So, you know, there could be a tornado on the other side of those trees, but you wouldn't see it coming. Again, that's not where the tornado is, but yeah, this is a look here just out of 616. So it looks like this camera takes a snapshot every 4 to 5 minutes. But we'll keep an eye on that one. Let's see, does Duluth... Okay, Duluth does have live cams. That's actually a cool view. That's the harbor. There's Duluth Harbor out here. See some of those storm clouds building from the west side of Duluth. Trying to get us a look towards the cameras, or towards the clouds. Let's see. East. May give us our best look for the moment. That puts that's looking more towards the north and west towards Duluth. Let's see. This also gives us a pretty good view here. This is looking towards the northwest as well here, crossing from Wisconsin into Duluth. So I'll keep that camera, and then we'll go back to our flooding here. This is still ongoing in South Florida. And new tornado warning just came out here for this area around Breezy Point, Crosby, Pequot Lakes, towards Pine River here. Ping pong ball size hail is also possible. This was a tornado possible tag, I think, on the Pine River storm. So we can see that area of circulation here and just north of Pequot Lakes and Breezy Point, around Lake Whitefish, Lower Whitefish Lake, and Upper Whitefish Lake. As a strong storm, there's certainly ping pong ball size hail potential in there, and then you have the tornado potential as well. Checking in on our considerable threat lime-sized hail. This is now east of Virginia, Minnesota, towards Aurora and Hoyt Lakes, Minnesota. We definitely saw that gusty wind and hail hitting the camera over Virginia, Minnesota. So that is a strong storm here approaching Fairbanks, Hoyt Lakes, Bassett, and then it's kind of going to get into an area of more wilderness until it may eventually get over towards Silver Bay and Finland. Duluth, Minnesota, you guys on the west side of Duluth now have a severe thunderstorm warning, tornado possible tag. I believe that's going to be this area here around Ball Bluff. That would have the area rotation. Yeah, actually a pretty tight area of rotation in here near Ball Bluff. So we'll watch that. And then also watching storms here with large hail. $half size hail near Alexandria, approaching Long Prairie, Little Sauk, Center, Melrose, and Freeport along I-94. That is a strong storm there. And then the tornado warnings have been allowed to expire here in northern North Dakota. Yeah, I wasn't seeing much rotation with those anymore. So still some strong storms around Winkler that we'll have to watch if those slide into the states. Starting to see, I guess, a bit of clustering here. We always had a cluster of storms that formed south of Bemidji, and it's kind of stretched out into a bit of a broken line of storms. A little concerning is if they start to actually kind of organize themselves into supercells. We may have a little bit of that going on. There's kind of 3 storms that are taking over this cluster. So the southern one in particular is looking a lot more impressive. Yeah, around Breezy Point here. Breezy Point, Jenkins, Pequot Lakes. That is a dangerous cell here, coming towards Crosby, Aitken, and just south of Emily. And then we also have another cluster storms here with hail around Alexandria. That, if it keeps sliding south and east, will head over towards St. Cloud. Good news is those storms in Wisconsin have really significant. They're not even storms anymore. They're more just showers and some rain. So good news there. We did have some storms that are now upscaled here near Sioux City. So about an hour ago, there were just a few thunder showers, and they have upscaled quite a bit, especially in the last, actually the last like 30 minutes. They've really blossomed. So severe thunderstorms near Salac, Sloan, Hornick, Smithland, and Bronson, just south and east of Sioux City here. This is in Iowa, western Iowa. I also have a isolated storm here near Carlsbad. This is actually pretty significant severe thunderstorm. It's can we see it? There it is. Okay. It's in a bit of a radar hole, but it is being warned for golf ball size hail and a considerable threat, 70-mile-an-hour winds. This is northwest of Carlsbad, New Mexico. So an isolated cell down there. A couple cells also isolated here in the Texas and Oklahoma panhandles with special weather statements. That one has a particularly interesting hail core right there. So a couple cells here in West Texas and eastern New Mexico make it severe. Back down to Florida, we just have it's kind of a broken record. I've said it, I think, since we started the stream, but we have some scattered showers off of sea breeze fronts here in North Florida and Central Florida. Those will calm down as it's now 7:24 Eastern. So as we get a little later into the evening, those will start to calm down. Pretty typical for late afternoon, early evening thunderstorms in Florida this time of year. A little bit of an enhancement in kind of Central Florida with some of those activities, but it's really the powerful tropical plume of moisture here that's come across. Now, most of today, basically, yeah, this writing tool has a mind of its own today. But basically, it's this corridor here in South Florida that's been a big issue all day. And we still have more rounds of storms back out over the open water that are going to continue to push across this area here this evening. So that's everywhere from Key West all the way up into Fort Lauderdale, Miami, West Palm Beach. In particular, we have a number of flash flood warnings here in the Miami metro, and then an ongoing flash flood emergency. This is a PDS flash flood emergency for radar and gauge indicated, so it's been confirmed about how much rain has fallen and the flash flooding, with catastrophic flash flooding happening. So please heed these warnings. Flash flooding is a very dangerous thing. We see it here on our camera, but we also have seen it all day looking at some of the other cameras around. And yeah, let me we'll go back to the Duluth camera, and let me see if I can get another camera here in South Florida pulled up. Parts of I-95, if you're just joining us, were closed. So here's that look. This is I-95 and Griffin Road here in the Miami-Dade metro. This was that area there was a car partially submerged earlier, and it looks like they've gotten that out. The water does seem a bit lower, but the Florida Highway Patrol does have that exit blocked off. But that is the kind of stuff we've seen all day today. They were working on getting I-95 pumped out. So this is still all closed here, but yeah, there's no car anymore. We can see they have a DOT vehicle further up on the exit there. That might be actually working on pumping some of that water out. But yeah, that is a big mess here. We also were watching, let's see if there's still submerged vehicles here. I think there still is. It's hard to tell. This camera's been kind of wet and blurry all day, but there may be some stalled vehicles out here. Oh yeah, this is live. Those, I think, were the stalled vehicles. They're now like fully underwater. We could see the flashing lights on those earlier, so I think those are underwater vehicles. Hopefully everybody's out of there. Yeah, that camera was bad. And then further up here, this is along 95. Looks like 95 is still shut down. Yeah, this is 95 southbound. Still shut down here. Yeah, we can see the police officers have blocked off the exits. This is at sunrise. Yeah, this is I-95 at sunrise here. Still looks like it's shut down. Yeah, that is like 8 lanes of traffic all shut down. That is a busy highway. That is a major highway. We are seeing a little bit of lighter rain into this area here where we're kind of seeing that right now, but a little bit lighter rain. Pembroke Pines over to Hollywood, Miramar, Port Everglades up towards Fort Lauderdale. But still, there are more heavier showers and thunderstorms way back here across the Everglades. And those are all going to push through some really significant showers and storms here down near Key Largo at the moment. But this is an area that I've been watching for a while. It's got a pretty good area of gusty winds. It's going to eventually move ashore here near the Everglades. And it's pretty much on a beeline for the Miami Metro again. So look out here as more heavy rain and storms are definitely approaching. See gusty winds at times. It looks like the camera just kind of shook a little bit. But yeah, this is just a big mess. It will continue to be here. Yeah, we're also watching flash flooding off some of the exits here. Let's see. Yeah, this one was one here where this whole drainage area has overrun and is over the part of the exit here. You can see this is normally dry. This is part of the road. We'll continue to watch the flash flooding here. State Route 924 and Northwest 32nd. So, all right, let's see. Let's get back up to switch gears here, and we'll go back up to Duluth, Minnesota. We have a couple tornado warnings still here in Minnesota. The one on the northern end is still radar indicated. It's approaching Schroeder. And we can see that rotation here south of Schroeder. It's going to cross Minnesota 61 right along the lake shore here. So if you're between Finland and Schroeder and Toft, please stay in your safe space, more specifically over Kramer Taconite Harbor, Schroeder, and Toft. You guys need to be in your safe space still. Lowest level into your room, away from doors and windows, and put as many walls between you and the outside as possible. Areas here near Hoyt Lake and Babbitt and Isabella, you guys are now in another severe thunderstorm warning. You have this cluster of storms here moving in from the west. Doesn't look quite as severe as we saw it. We saw it over Virginia, Minnesota, with hail hitting the cameras, rain, wind, and hail hitting the cameras. We definitely confirmed the severe thunderstorm, I think, over Virginia, Minnesota. You guys may get some other strong storms here. And then we're also watching the tornado possible tag south of Floodwood. And that one is starting to wrap up. It's near Balsam right now. Minnesota 64. We're starting to really see that one kind of organize here. So would not be surprised if this gets upgraded to a tornado warning at some point. It's definitely looked more impressive here. We're starting to get a little bit of clustering of some of these cells in here that have kind of formed supercells. The one up near Schroeder's been kind of on its own for a while. It started up here near International Falls and has driven southeast. But the other ones here started as a bit of a cluster of unorganized cluster of storms. But now there's kind of three that have taken over. The one here on the southern side that's tornado warned. The one here in the middle near Floodwood that's severe thunderstorm tornado possible. And then the large hail producing storm eventually headed over towards Isabella again. But those ones have taken over. That we've also had the cluster of storms here with strong hail or large hail near Alexandria and Little Falls. But other than the one here that's tornado warned, these two here in the middle, I would say have the most tornado potential here, at least in the near term. And just checking, those are the 3 tornado warnings here. Actually, the one here, let's go to this one. This has been observed now. This was getting pretty tight here, just north of Breezy Point. So we've had a observed tornado here. Yeah, we started to see it right in here. It started to get really tight. Still a bit a ways from the radar, so it may be hard. Yeah, there's too much hail contamination in here to see what's going on from the CC perspective. Yeah, that's just all this massive hail contamination. But large hail, Little Pine, Emily, 50 Lakes, and just near Breezy Point. That's where our tornado would be. Let me see if we have a camera down that way. Let me see here. All right, we'll go to cam 1 for now. That's in, oh, there's a emergency vehicle trying to get through on the other side of just the rush hour and flood traffic jam. All right, yeah, I like our camera in Duluth. And we'll probably go back to that camera as those storms approach Duluth. But I want to go towards Breezy Point here. Pretty far up here, so I don't know if we're going to get a live camera. Here is something. This is what it looks like. This is 2 minutes ago. This is from Emily, Minnesota, on the northern side of this thunderstorm. But we can see the heavy rain, wind-driven rain. This is north of the circulation, though. So, and that's just a picture cam. So let me see if I can get out in front of it. Certainly the camera situation here in Minnesota is not as comprehensive as last week when we were in Washington, D.C. Metro. Trying to see if there's anything up along 169 here. Let's see. It's Crosby. Unfortunately, there's not a lot of good cameras in that part of Minnesota at the moment. All right, we'll stick with our Duluth camera right now. Can see those clouds building on the north, or I guess not north, but the left side, the top left side of our camera. We can see those clouds start to build in here, back behind the hillside. Oh boy, yeah, just a busy day. We're hopping around a little bit, but let's go back up to this storm here. I want to go check on our area here around Schroeder. Still tornado warning here. This is about to cross into Lake Superior here. What's left of the circulation, and don't see anything that red flags this storm. This is, I think, hail up in here in that area of the storm. Yeah, we're seeing that hail right along 61, just to the south of Schroeder, and then circulation, it's just south of that. It's right on 61, about to push into the open waters of Lake Superior. This likely has a special marine warning for water spouts and wind gusts in excess of 50 knots and large hail. Not a great day for boating. Ping pong ball-sized hail near Babbitt, Hoyt Lakes. And then also strong hail-producing thunderstorm, ping pong ball-sized hail south of Virginia near Evelyn and Mockinen. And then we're also going to get extension of the tornado warning here. Would not be surprised if we get a tornado warning out of this one. This is near Floodwood, Cromwell, and Wright. That is a strong area of circulation here. This is likely going to get a tornado warning. Ooh. That is wrapped up quite significantly in the last couple scans. And would not be surprised if this starts producing a tornado here, if it isn't already. There is one lower CC value. It's not super low at the moment, so I can't, and it's kind of in the clear air slot if it lined up with that particular pixel. But this, if it isn't producing a tornado, is very close to producing a tornado. Would not be surprised if it does here in the next scan. If you're out in front of this, Wright, Cromwell, I would advise to get to your lowest level into your room, away from doors and windows, and put as many walls between you and the outside as possible. That holds together. This could be around Montoa and Cloquet, Minnesota here along I-35 in a while, but our extension here is for the thunderstorm around Breezy Point, with a considerable threat, tennis ball size hail, 70-mile-an-hour wind, and this was an observed tornado. I think it's going to get... It was observed. I think it's going to go back to radar indicated, but either way, this is a dangerous storm over Mission. We can see that area of rotation here near Mission. It's going to be very difficult to see. There's all the hail up in this area here too, and we're a little far from the radar site. But this is around Mission, headed down towards Deerwood, Crosby, Aiken, Riverton. You guys all need to be in your tornado safe space. Lowest level into your room, away from doors and windows. Put as many walls between you and the outside as possible. Eventually this is down towards Glen and Malmo. So new severe thunderstorm warning up here north of Hibben, and it also includes Virginia, Minnesota, ping pong ball size hail. Virginia, we saw you guys get hail and wind on the live cam. You guys may get another round of hail and wind. And then, yes, that area here south of Floodwood is going to get tornado warned. This area right here is clear air likely. That little blue streak. There is a little area here that's some green and yellows. That one is a little more suspicious. And that is right around the area where the circulation was. It's broadened a bit compared to the last scan. I'm actually surprised it broadened back out just a little bit. May have produced a tornado right in here. It was really tight right in here. Not seeing a CC drop, but again, we're a little further from the radar site, so would not be surprised if it did produce a tornado. Lime-sized hail and a capable of producing a tornado near Tamarack, or 11 miles east of Big Sandy Lake. It's moving southeast at 40. So let's time this one out. This one is in a little bit higher populated area here, approaching Wright and Cromwell. Let me get the motion on this here. Yeah, it's pretty much headed south and east. That's the right call. So you'll get heavy rain and thunder and lightning and stuff out ahead of this, but I'm kind of tracking it from the edge of the mesocyclone here. Right, you got about 5 minutes. Cromwell, about 10 minutes. Barnum, 33. Barnum is along I-35. So Barnum, about 33 minutes. Same for areas around Moose Lake and Matoa. This is south of Duluth at the moment. Our other considerable threat, 70 mile an hour and tennis ball size hail of a storm capable of producing a tornado near Mission and approaching Crosby here in a few minutes. Pretty big area rotation, and also seeing that hail core in here. So large hail and a tornado possible there. North of Duluth, near that Schroeder area, likely a waterspout offshore. And then more severe storms back here near Virginia, Minnesota. Those are all non-tornadic here at the moment. I want to take a look also at this storm we haven't really looked at in a while near Sauk Center, Melrose, and Freeport with large hail here. This is along I-94. Looks like this is a little freezy. There it goes. Also have a tornado warning here for that cell that's, man, that one was trying. It's a tiny little cell near Drayton, and then now into Minnesota. Near Donaldson, Kennedy, and maybe as far as Stevens. Gotta watch out for that one. That's a interesting little cell. There's been a couple up here that have not looked impressive on radar, but likely do have some spin in them. Couple severe storms here in western Iowa. One near Spencer with quarter-sized hail, and then considerable threat here south of Sioux City here along I-29. That is a big mess of hail. I-29 at Sloan down to Whitting. This is a large area of hail, considerable threat. Tennis ball size hail, 60 mile an hour winds, and that is right along the highway. That is not a good situation there if you're along I-29. Very isolated storms here in West Texas today. There's been a couple little cells in the Panhandle, and then one storm that had considerable threat for 70 mile an hour winds near Carlsbad, New Mexico. Still has large hail in it, ping pong ball sized hail, and 60 mile an hour winds. Quickly want to check our flash flooding situation. We'll go back here and take a look at South Florida. At the moment, a little bit lighter rains here around Miami, so still some moderate rain, Miami and Point South, but a little bit lighter rains here, Pembroke Pines up to Fort Lauderdale. And we're seeing that kind of on the camera. The camera looks not as foggy as it did earlier. Camera doesn't pick up the heavy rain as well as you might think, but we're still seeing all the flooding. This area has had at least 10 inches of rain, and if not more than that. And there's more heavy rain, wind, and thunderstorms coming. So this is an area here that is, if you don't have to drive today, please don't. Yeah, this is the rain here across Alligator Alley, I-75 here, showing close to 15 inches of rain. If not, it kind of maxes out at 15. So this whole area and this purple area is about 12 to 14 inches of rain. We've also had that just over Miami here, 12, 13, 14 inches of rain. This is where a flash flood warning and a flash flood emergency is right here. And just offshore, even 15. So this whole area here, and there's more. That's the problem, is we're not just looking at this as a past. We're looking at this as continually accumulating. So, yeah, not good there in South Florida. Okay, back up here, we have a new tornado warning. Up to 5 tornado warnings right now. They are all... Oh, there is the one observed. Let's go back up to the observed tornado warning. Oh, this is the new one. A new tornado warning came out just a minute ago for Morrison. This is Belle Prairie, Lathrop, Harding. And an interesting cell here. Confirmed tornado located near Camp Ripley or 6 miles northeast of Little Falls, moving east at 40. It is weather spotter confirmed tornado. Yes, weather spotter confirmed tornado here. Little Falls. It's right up in this area here. And there it is. There it's showing up now. Let's back this up just a second here and see if we can... Maybe it right here. Let's see. Velocity. Maybe. But it's brightened back up, so interesting little cell there. It's kind of on this this back end between Camp Ripley Junction, Belle Prairie, and Freedom. Freedom. If you're over here towards Platte, Harding, Lathrop, Hillman, you guys all need to be in your safe spots. Lowest level into your room, away from doors and windows, and put as many walls between you and the outside as possible. If you have a basement or a storm shelter, it's even better to get to your below ground location there. Let's see. This one is also in an area there that does not have a camera. We have our other tornado warned storm here. This is coming through areas here around Crosby. Yeah, still have pretty good rotation in here. That might be, we're getting a little bit closer to the radar site. This is hail contamination, and we can see what the hail spike here. This this line that extends out like that, that's your hail spike. But this area right here, there is our area of rotation. Yeah, this area right in here, that might be our CC drop. Would not be completely shocked if that is on the ground again. This was observed a little bit ago, and then it got backed off to radar indicated. It's now still just radar indicated, but that's a dangerous cell. 2.5-inch tennis ball size hail, 70-mile-an-hour winds, and if there's a tornado, it's here near Wolford, Kiana, and approaching Aiken and Crosby and Deerwood. Yeah, from that radar site, you can see kind of the rotation here near Belle Prairie. And then this one here, also radar indicated at the moment, but this one is a pretty strong circulation again. Would not be shocked if this has a tornado on it near Cromwell. Still not seeing that big CC drop. There's a couple little values in here still, but this is tightened back up again. Would not be shocked if that gets confirmed. Let me check again. I don't think we had anything over there either. Right now, all these tornado warnings are in areas that we do not have a great camera look at. This is a picture cam out of Tamarack. Tamarack is right here. We're looking towards the storm, so that's actually a decent picture that it took just about 3 minutes ago. But yeah, can't really see anything except the rain and wind. But would not be shocked if this is coming on the ground. There is another lowering here. A couple low values of CC. If you're in Cromwell, you guys need to be in your safe space. Right over at Cromwell here in northern Minnesota. That is a dangerous storm. A couple dangerous storms here in some areas that don't get a ton of tornadic activity. This one also approaching Crosby and Deerwood with a radar indicated tornado here. And then observed tornado near Belle Prairie. Let's see. We're looking out of the Minneapolis radar. Yeah, that's going to be our best radar, I guess. It's a fairly small cell. It's kind of in a weird position, tucked between two bigger storms, but this has been confirmed for Morrison County, north central Morrison County and central Minnesota. And it was a weather spotter confirmed tornado, so put back our flood camera again. Let's see. There is not a lot of cameras again where these. Okay. All right, let me check let me check social media and see if we have any pictures of this tornado here in Minnesota. Where is... Oh, we just have a new tornado watch here for this area here. Still just radar indicated, but there's a little bit of a weird CC value in here. Let's take a look. There is some weird CC drop in here where the hail is a little disconnected now. This definitely has a hail spike in here. We can see the hail spikes with these long vertical lines, but there's definitely some lower suspicious CC values in here. Would not be surprised if this is on the ground here near Crosby and Deerwood and approaching Aiken. So that one is a pretty strong cell. This cell is still observed. I'm trying to get a view of this. All right, while I'm doing that, let me get some information here for you guys on the new tornado watch here. This is a couple of tornadoes possible. Scattered hail up to apple-sized and scattered gusts up to 70 are likely. This goes until 10 p.m. Central Time. So the National Weather Service looks like they're seeing what we're kind of talking about, how this cluster has developed into a few different supercells. The one here, the one here. Technically, I guess this is a stronger cell, but there's also a tornado warned observed tag right there. But these are going to make their way through central Minnesota here this evening. Just posted to our socials. That's WXCastUSA. Same as our handle here, but it's WXCast CAST. I should just type it out and then just throw it up every now and then. But that's our Twitter tag, and just posted a tornado in Manitoba just a little bit ago near Swan Lake. I believe that's the area of tornado warned area up here near Winkler, Manitoba still. But let's double check that. I've been keeping an eye particularly on these because they're fairly close to the U.S. border too. Boy. Oh, and that radar segment down. Let's see. I think this is the area. Yeah, there's Swan Lake. So it's this storm that's come through and is now down here. With a tornado warning near Manitou, Darlingford, approaching Morden, and maybe over towards Winkler. So Winkler has to watch that storm. All right, let's go back to our tornado warnings here. I want to look at a couple of these storms here in northern Minnesota. There is a bit of rotation on this storm near Isabella. That is mostly going to be large hail, though. That is a significant hail core showing up. Ping pong ball-sized hail and 60-mile-an-hour winds. Wouldn't be surprised if both of those have that. Around Virginia and Evelyn, Minnesota, ping pong ball-sized hail, 60-mile-an-hour winds. And then this storm is the considerable threat, lime-sized hail, and 70-mile-an-hour winds. Also the tornado possible near Cromwell, sorry. That looked like it was about to produce a tornado. I would not be surprised if it did. It looked very strong back between Wright and Cromwell. You can see it's got like the clenched fist wrapping up into this. Would not be surprised if it produces a tornado back in the North Woods here. That has quickly become outflow dominant, and it's very quickly lost that tornadic signature. So very interesting how, yeah, we can see it was wrapped up pretty tight, but right here we can start to see that outflow push out, that rear flank downdraft. Likely damaging winds coming through Cromwell and Wright. Still have that tornadic signature there, and even still there as it crosses 210. But very quickly that has gusted out and really killed the tornado chance. I would say that's not even a tornado chance at the moment right now. So let's go back down here. Oh, this did go observed. Okay. This is the one that I was more concerned about. The big messy, we're seeing it a little bit far up too from the radar, but this is a big messy mesocyclone that's likely touched the ground a few times. It was observed a while back too. Let me see if we have a look at this storm. I know we don't have any traffic cameras in this area, but maybe someone got a picture of it. There are some storm chasers out here, so there are a couple people that have confirmed these tornadoes. So good on you guys for being out there. This is tricky chasing. This is not a great area to chase in. There is a big mess of CC here, so I think this is still on the ground. It's likely right in here along 169. Just south of Aiken. Approaching, let's see, next up would be Wealthwood, Glen Malmo. Still stay in your safe spots if you're in here. Crosby, Deerwood, and Bay Lake. Still stay in your safe spot. Even down towards Garrison. That's some damaging wind coming around. It's a really big circulation on radar. But likely right in here is your tornado. And then this cell still observed south of Platte, approaching Laystrip. Not seeing a very tight circulation in here, so it's very hard to confirm that with CC. Not seeing any CC drop. I think we're seeing a few lower values here near Laystrip, but I think that's hail and Harding. Did get a tornado warning here out of this storm north of St. Joseph. Oh, that is wind. Yeah, it started to kind of rotate up in here near Holdingford. Still has some rotation, but it's mostly a damaging wind threat. Yeah, near Holdingford, moving east towards Little Falls. So St. Stephen's, Albany, Avon, Sartell, and St. Stephen's. You guys need to be in your safe space, especially north sides of Albany and Avon. That is also a hail-producing thunderstorm there. So right now, 4 tornado warnings. 2 are observed, and 2 are radar indicated, and 1 is not much of a radar indication. It has significantly decreased. I do want to also check on our area here. This is apple-sized hail falling out of this storm. This storm is also kind of organizing a hook, so a little concerned about that. Destructive severe thunderstorm, 60-mile-an-hour wind, and apple-sized hail. And it's basically been sitting here along I-29 south of Sioux City here on the Iowa-Nebraska border. Sloan, Whitting, and Ottawa. You guys need to basically be in your safe space. Destructive severe thunderstorm, apple-sized hail. Lowest level into your room, away from doors and windows. Sturdy structure, not a trailer, a camping tent, or anything like that. Be in a sturdy building and away from windows. Yeah, we can really see that hail on the CC value there. The bridge keeps freezing up, even though there's not weather right there. But let's take a look again. Pop back down to South Florida. Still seeing the heavy rain and storms around Miami. It has lightened up a little bit. We're getting a little bit of good news here. It's lightened up a little bit here around Fort Lauderdale. Looks like they've allowed the flood warning to expire, so that is some good news there. This area, though, has seen 14 plus inches of rain, so we really do need to watch this area, and would not be surprised if we get more flood warnings, especially, I think, Miami and south sides of Miami. That's where the heaviest rain has been for the last couple hours, and you're about to get another big round of storms pushing in here through the Everglades. But there's just more rain to come, so not a great situation there in Florida. All right, let me check in on these storms. You can start to see the clouds are getting a little darker in that Duluth cam. All right, let's see. All right, let me just test the audio again because we had a bit of a reset on the audio. Yep. Sounds good. Let's see. Let's go to hit the keyboard. All right, I'm going to see if we can get a traffic cam out of Iowa. And see if we can get a view of that that storm that's north of, is it Sloan? Or is it south of Sloan? South of Sloan. Let's see. There are cameras in Sloan. But not really. It's also in an area where there's not a lot of cameras. All right. We'll hold that for a little bit. There's our Duluth cam again. Yeah, this is a destructive severe thunderstorm here near Whitting and Ottawa, Turin, just north of Decatur and Glencoe, Iowa and Nebraska here. Also, it's starting to rotate. It's definitely starting to rotate. So we need to watch that for a tornado possible, in addition to the destructive apple-sized hail. And yeah, it's starting to get that bird at flight look, which is a pretty, you can see the wings of the supercell, and then it's hooking around here and starting to tighten up on the south side of this. So this is a developing supercell, or it's already a supercell. It's a developing tornadic supercell, I would say. It's trying to transition to a more tornadic supercell, which it's very close to doing here. And just in the last scan, we've seen it wrap up even a little tighter. So just in that last scan here, it had more of a vertical appendage. But just this last scan, its RFD has surged a little bit, and that produces an area of low pressure right in here, because we have our warm moist air, our inflow. We have our warm moist inflow coming in like this. We have our outflow RFD coming out like this, and that produces that area of low pressure that creates that extra localized spin. So this is quickly developing into a tornadic situation. Decatur over to Ottawa and probably down towards Blencoe. You guys need to start getting ready into your tornado safety precautions. I talked about it earlier. Hopefully people are basically in their tornado safety measures in this area of I-29, because we see all this blue. That is some of the most blue I've seen on the reflectivity. That is large hail. Apple-sized hail, maybe even more, falling here between Whitting and I-29. This is right at I-29. Across I-29 here towards Ottawa. This is some damaging hail. And yeah, would not be surprised if this gets a tornado warning here in the next few minutes. That one is, and it's all by itself. It is all by itself there in western Iowa. All right, checking in on our tornado warned storms here in Minnesota. This one doesn't look that tornadic. It's mostly a line of very strong winds coming towards St. Stephen, Sartell, and Rice, Minnesota. This has a 60-mile-an-hour wind, quarter-size hail tag on it, but would not be surprised if there's some stronger winds than that. And then we've lost the tornado warning here around Platte and Belle Prairie. That one was an observed tornado briefly there. We also have our tornado warned storm here, now south of Aiken, approaching Glen and Malmo. Talked about you guys earlier. Now it's time for you guys to for sure be in your safe space if you weren't already. And would not be surprised if this is on the ground here. They're interesting little area here too. Would not be shocked if actually both of those are on the ground, but this one particularly is pretty strong. But there's also something going on here too. Still just radar indicated. This one's gone observed and switched between observed and radar indicated a few times. They've dropped the tornado warning here for our northern storm. They've dropped it down to a tornado possible tag. Could still wind back up, but right now it is non-tornadic. Still a considerable threat for 70-mile-an-hour winds and golf ball-sized hail. That's coming through Grand Lake, Cloquet, Montauk, Barnum, Moose Lake, Holyoke, Cromwell, and Wright. You guys have been in Cromwell and Wright for a while. But that storm is kind of stretched out along 210 south of Duluth. And also seeing severe storms here with ping-pong ball-sized hail and 60-mile-an-hour winds up towards Babbitt, Tower, Hoyt Lakes, and then north of Isabella. If those hold together, they'll be towards Grand Marias and Lutsen in northeast Minnesota. Still have the tornado warning here around Morden and Winkler in Manitoba. This is a pretty strong south. This gets into northern North Dakota. This one had a tornado on it a while back when it was near Swan Lake back here. So that one is one to watch. It's kind of tracked southeast here as well, like our storms in Minnesota. That would put it, if it continues to track south and east, that would put it right towards the border here. Joliet, Humboldt, Emerson, Gretna, maybe even Cavalier. that would put it in this area here in a little while. So be on the lookout here of this storm to your northwest coming in from Manitoba. Yeah, this is a strong storm. I would not be shocked if this is on the ground. It's hard to say with the CC because there's a lot of hail contamination in here. But this area near Glory, Glen, Elm Island Lake, Thor, Malmo, that area is definitely concerning here. Yeah, there's a lower CC value in there, so would not be totally shocked if that's on the ground again. I think it's been a couple times. Let's see, what has it? There may have been a couple. This has been a large, like, rotating meso, and every now and then it seems to kind of spike up. But yeah, I think that is our area most concerning at the moment. Also, a little bit of rotation on that storm north of Crosby, too. That's picked up in the last couple scans. We're looking at the Duluth radar. Yeah. Near Mission. Again. That is an area to watch. Already an area that had tornadoes earlier. So yeah, right now we have our winds going away from the radar and towards the radar, and right here is where they meet. So that is a dangerous storm here. Back down to this area here north of St. Cloud. St. Cloud, you guys are in a severe thunderstorm warning. 1-inch hail, 60-mile-an-hour winds, but this is a pretty strong area of wind coming at you guys from St. Stephen's and Sartell, and may be able to get some. That is a more populated area, so let me see if I can get a traffic camera down that way. Let's go back to our Miami camera. Good news is, as it gets darker in Miami, because it is a big city, we should have enough light to see a lot of these cameras. Sometimes the cameras, as it gets dark, don't work as good, but in the bigger cities, we can see those. All right, let's see. It is 7:21, so we're kind of in the dinner time, end of rush hour. Trying to find a camera that fits our. There are cameras around this area here, but none of them particularly look at the clouds. They're all really focused on traffic cameras. This is right here near Shady Oak Mobile Home Park. This is at County Road 120 and Highway 15. So the traffic that's coming towards us, that is southbound traffic from 15. This traffic lane here is, and we're just starting to get the wind here. I can't see the clouds, but this is about to get into some of the stronger winds. And north of there is the really strong winds. 50, 60 miles an hour kind of winds, but we're about to get hammered pretty good here. That camera has just started to shake. Don't be alarmed if you're not from the Midwest and don't have these. This is a diverging diamond interchange where the traffic actually switches sides. So that's why we see traffic headed towards us on the right side. and away from us on the left. The bridge is a diverging diamond interchange. So you have traffic like this and traffic like this. It creates basically a one interchange point, and then the exit comes across like this. It's safer for pedestrians. So you have kind of one exit point on each side of the highway. That's the diverging diamond. So yeah, you go to the left and then come back to the right. Starting to see the rain, and this camera just got really dark as well. So I think, can't see it, but I have a feeling we're under the shelf cloud. There's probably a really cool shelf cloud out of the storm, just basically right along where we are, and they're about to get really rocked here. And you can see the wind picking up. The rain is just about to start, and this camera is shaking. That is a wall of wind and rain coming into St. Cloud, Minnesota. We'll keep watching this camera. Yeah, you can see the wind blowing across the road there and the car lights. That's pretty strong wind. This is being warned for 60 and 1-inch hail. We saw hail on the camera earlier around Virginia, Minnesota, so we'll see if we can see hail again. Oh, they're gonna pan towards the sky. Thanks, we're doing that now. Oh, this is so cool. This camera has its own little windshield wiper. Look at that. That's nifty. All right, so we're looking back, I think, to the northwest. We're looking towards the clouds. I don't think we're going to see much. Maybe have a little bit of a shelf cloud there. It's hard to say if that's just the lens. That's the strongest part of the storm I was looking at just there. Yeah, this is really blowing, though. You can see it blowing across the highway here. Still radar indicated for the storm here near Glen. Let's take a look at it. It's still rotating in here. It's right near Glen. Not seeing those bigger CC drops. So this maybe was on the ground again a little bit ago when we saw the bigger CC drop. But Glen down to Malmo, Wealthwood. If you're on the north side of Milac Lake, yeah, I think it's Millilac Lake. Stay in your safe place there. Ping pong ball size hail possible along I-35 here. That storm is non-tornadic. It had a pretty good circulation on it for a little while. Pretty strong storm just over the radar site there in Duluth. And then to the north, we're still watching a couple stronger storms with half-dollar size hail near Babbitt and approaching Grand Marias. Yeah, that other storm did go tornado warned. Observed tornado here near Decatur. This storm is the one I warned about earlier. Not only has this had apple-sized hail, but this is a pretty powerful storm. We saw it develop basically as we were watching this, where it had a little appendage that I was warning about, and then within a scan or two, that started to really wrap up. A lot of big hail in this. That has quickly wrapped up and drifted south here. Yeah, we can see it really develop here. And still likely in here. Unfortunately, right near Decatur, Nebraska. This actually even has some hail wrapping into this, which you don't usually see. This is a destructive severe thunderstorm with an observed tornado near Decatur, damaging tornado, and large hail up to 3 inches in diameter. It's a weather spotter confirmed tornado. Unfortunately, right near Decatur. I I hope these people are in their safe space. Not seeing a giant debris ball or anything, but I think it might just be just east of Decatur. This area right in here, and that's our CC value that's a little lower. But there's also some purples wrapping in here, so that could also be hail. It's hard to confirm that on a CC. But this is a dangerous storm. Okay, we're going to get a tornado warning also for that storm that's still out here near Stevens. Radar indicated near Foldall, Argyle, and Strandquist, Minnesota. This storm has actually been going for a while. It came out of the areas here at Drayton. So this has been a little weird storm. If it does hold together, it'll be towards Holt and Middle River, north of Thief River Falls. Also watching this storm here. It's within miles of the U.S. border here, south of Winkler, Manitoba. This one had a tornado earlier and is rotating. If it continues on its southern movement, it could get towards Gretna, right on the Manitoba border, Nesh, Blue Nort, Newhorst, and then if it holds also together, Bathgate and areas here around Emerson, right at I-29 and the Canadian border. So that's one to watch here. This storm has had a tornado at times confirmed. Still seeing rotation here near Glen. On our camera, I probably got to click on it. Camera is in some of the worst of the weather down in St. Cloud, Minnesota. Tornado warning has been allowed to expire, but this is getting stretched out. Princeton, Mylacka, and Forston for 60-mile-an-hour wind, quarter-size hail. We can see the wind is still coming down. That is some nasty wind here on the St. Cloud camera. We're right here near Sauk Rapids and Shady Oak Mobile Home Park. We're right here at 120, County Road 120 and Highway 15. If there's any hail, it's probably to the north of this camera. At least any significant hail. Get a reset here on the radar. So if you're just joining us, we've had a couple confirmed tornadoes here in Minnesota and also Manitoba tonight. Oh, and Nebraska, right on the Nebraska-Iowa line. Right now, we have a couple tornado warnings. We have one north of Thief River Falls, one here in central Minnesota near Glen, and then one here just near Decatur, Nebraska, right on the Nebraska and Iowa state line. We also have one tornado warning on the Manitoba side of the U.S. border near Winkler, Manitoba. So, we have also a number of other severe thunderstorms in Minnesota, producing hail and damaging winds. We've captured damaging winds and hail on the Minnesota cameras tonight, and no hail I don't think we captured there, but some pretty gusty winds coming through St. Cloud, Minnesota right now. We're also watching ongoing tropical plume of moisture and Invest 90L. Although 90L is actually up here towards Orlando and the Space Coast. This is more from just the tropical plume of moisture that's set up over South Florida here the last 48 hours or so, and still ongoing heavy precip in South Florida. There were flash flood emergencies here near Pembroke Pines, Hollywood. That's been allowed to expire, but there's still major travel delays and still flooding going on in the areas around Miami and southeast Florida here. And would not be surprised if there's more, because there's more heavy rain coming up through here. Yeah, as it's starting to get dark in Miami, it's even more dangerous. You're not going to be able to tell how deep the water is. So yeah, that is some dangerous flash flooding going on in Florida. Our storm here near Decatur has gone back to radar indicated. Looks like it's broadened out just a bit, so that's probably a good call. But this could try easily again to tighten back up near Blencoe. Areas here along US 75, south of Decatur. Let's see. Blencoe is the next impacted location, so not a lot of organized communities out here, but yeah, there are people that live out here south of Decatur. So please be in your safe space if you're between Blencoe and Decatur on the Iowa-Nebraska border here. They backed down the hail a little bit. It's not apple size. It's still large hail though, and it's still falling right along I-29 there. So that is still a dangerous storm that we saw become a tornadic superstorm. Or we saw it become a tornadic thunderstorm over a couple scans. Yeah, there are some storm chasers on this storm. There are some storm chasers that decided to play the northeast Nebraska, the area around Sioux City and south west Minnesota, instead of going up into the north woods. So there are some storm chasers that have stayed out here, and some of them have gotten some pretty good looks at the storm over Decatur. So that is just been posted to our Twitter there. Can't share it on the stream, but we can definitely repost. Let's see here. Yeah, that's the latest on that. So there was a tornado on the ground there. Looks like a couple of the storm chasers caught that. That gives me some confidence that it's not on the ground at the moment. If some of them are still indicating that it's not on the ground. Let's see. Things are starting to clear back out here on our camera in St. Cloud. Still winds coming down and some heavy rain, but that is looking a little better in the St. Cloud metro. Still have a tornado warning for this storm too near Fuldahl, and there's still a bit of rotation in here. It's hard to see because this is such a LP cell. It's probably high based. It definitely has a little structure on it. But that is an interesting cell. And then we also have an ongoing tornado warning here. Areas around Gretna, Altona, Plum Coulee, and now east and south of Winkler. However, the rotation is basically along the U.S. border. So this will be a very interesting case here to see what the U.S. Weather Service wants to do. If they're going to reissue a tornado warning south, or if they're going to let Canada keep their tornado warnings. But there is definitely rotation in here to the west of Gretna along the U.S.-Canadian border. Some storms moving through Duluth, but most of those have been tame. And then we're starting to lose the severe warnings here up in northern Minnesota, northeast Minnesota. Still some strong storms between Ely, Silver Bay, and Grand Marias. Most of the severe weather is pushing now south here of Duluth. And that storm has also weakened. The one that was originally tornado warned has been on the downtrend. Still possible has ping pong ball size hail, but I would suspect not as much at the moment. Still watching that area of circulation now east of Glen. It's a little broad at the moment, but there's likely some larger hail in here just east of Glen. So stay weather aware with that one. They're also going to issue a larger tornado possible and lime-sized hail considerable threats of your thunderstorm. There's also a larger hail core here back towards Aiken again. And there was some rotation in there. It doesn't look as impressive as it was earlier. But we'll still watch that one. And then back down here, this cluster of storms, a bit of a wind threat here at the moment. You can see it's starting to surge out here along I-94. It's going to head towards Elk River next. And just near our traffic camera, we had a 61-mile-an-hour wind gust reported by a storm chaser. Oh, it's going again, too. Looks like we're in maybe a little bit of a lull, and that has picked back up on our traffic camera again. Yeah, we're kind of in this other cell here. Our traffic camera is right here. Right here at 15 and County Road 120, I think it was. St. Cloud, Sauk Rapids. That's a pretty strong cell. Wow, yeah, you can see the wind blowing across the camera again. Kind of a secondary cell. We saw it first here with the leading edge, and now we're back in it. I want to check also on our tornado warning here north of Omaha. There's a new storm that's going to get a warning here for this area around Blair and Missouri Valley and Herman. That has upscaled. Not tornadic at the moment. Still going to watch it, though. It may try and do it. It's got a little nub right in here, and it's got a little bit of outflow that's pushed out just to the south. It may try and form an appendage. We'll see if it does. If it does, then it'd be kind of down here towards Kennard. So, but either way, right here, large hail around Herman in Nebraska. Also watching this tornado warning storm, and had a tornado earlier near Decatur. It's kind of broadened at the moment, but it's kind of what we thought it looked like. It's a large mesocyclone, and it touched the ground a few times here near Decatur. Going to get a new tornado warning. It's an extension of the one near Glen, and it's actually gone back to observed. Let's see this. Confirmed tornado located 8 miles northeast of Malmo. damaging tornado and tennis ball sized hail tornado confirmed by weather spotters near Glen. So back on the ground. I think because this area is so out there, we may be getting reports that are, well, I guess that's technically near Glen where it started, but I would have thought near Glen would be back here, but that may be the when they could see it because there may not be roads in this little area here, and that is, yeah, it's about 12 miles. I don't know for sure. I don't know if there are some roads up in here, but very sparsely populated, so the reports may come in a little bit slower. And then watching this area here, just by the look of this storm, it's not doing as healthy, but and if it is as low precipitation as it looks, if this had a tornado on it, someone would probably see it. This is not a rain wrap situation up here. This one is a bit of a rain wrap situation near Greta. They've actually dropped the tornado warning in Canada because I think the area of circulation is now in the US. So that's interesting. We'll see if this gets... There it is. It's like the Weather Service timed that with me. It is rightly so. Gonna get a radar indicated tornado warning. So that is a very interesting case study here. We had tornado warnings in Canada, and we've seen the storm come through Canada and now down into the US border. The Canadian tornado warnings and the US tornado warnings, I'm guessing, are pretty similar criteria. If they're seeing the rotation, then our Weather Service is likely seeing similar rotation. It's the severe thunderstorm criteria that are a little different. We saw that last week in Detroit. Detroit had a special weather statement for 40-mile-an-hour winds and some small hail, and then the Canadian side had a severe thunderstorm warning for basically the same criteria. So area rotation right here, just south of Gretna, Nesh, approaching Bathgate, Cavalier. You guys have been in a tornado warning already. Hamilton, Bathgate, Juliet, Glaston, and St. Thomas. Also Drayton, especially north and west of Drayton. Please be in your safe space. Let's see about that area. Let me see if I can get a camera out this way. Here's our flooding going on in South Florida. Let's see what North Dakota has to offer for traffic cams. Wow, yeah, still flooding going on in Miami there. Hmm. Kind of an area that doesn't have a ton either. All right. Okay, this is actually an interesting camera. Let's see. This is at a Dickinson. Where is that? Or Donaldson, sorry. Donaldson, Minnesota. And actually looking east, I was trying to get a view of this storm. That's tornado warned there. But looking east here, you can see that storm that was tornado warned near Newfoundland and Holt and Foldall. That is that storm off to the southeast of Donaldson. So just a few minutes ago. So looking at that storm kind of fading away, but yeah, it looks slightly more impressive on the cloud view there than it does on the reflectivity. So that is looking to the south, I think, southwest. So that's not going to help us either at the moment. Yeah, tricky. The storms today have been in camera holes. All right, let's go back over here. We have an observed tornado still in this storm. This is the one that came out of Glen. Doesn't look quite as impressive as it did earlier. And not seeing a big CC drop. So let's see. When was this observed still? Yeah, it's been at least about 10 minutes or so when it was near Glen. So don't know if it's still on the ground or not. But even if it's not, if you're up here near McGrath and points north, please stay in your tornado safe space north of McGrath. Let's see, Dad's Corner. That's a cool name. That's a cool town name. I haven't had a cool town name in a while. Dad's Corner. Father's Day weekend coming up. It's a cool name. Salona, Arthdie, or Arth, that town. And Elson here in central Minnesota. Also have to watch this storm here back near Aiken again. That's a pretty good hail core showing up again. And also severe storms with gusty winds and hail south of Duluth. crossing into Wisconsin here. Also watching these storms here south of and east now, St. Cloud. They had a pretty good wind with them. That's approaching Princeton and Orrock, Zimmerman, Becker, Big Lake, and eventually over towards Elk River. Elk River is starting to get into the Minnesota Twin Cities metro. All right, let's see. Our Canadian tornado warnings have been allowed to expire, but still have the ongoing tornado warning near Cavalier, North Dakota. Still watching that circulation north of Cavalier along 18. And this will keep headed south and east towards Juliet, St. Thomas, and Drayton. Do I have a camera at Drayton? That's our closest camera, was the Donaldson camera. That's not a live cam. Still pretty sunny out ahead of this storm. That's one thing we can see with that Donaldson cam. The storm is a little bit on its own. So that is a bit concerning there. We had that storm that was severe warned south now of Carlsbad in New Mexico, about to cross into Texas. Some rotation on that, but this is mostly a hail-producing storm, ping-pong ball-sized hail, and 60-mile-an-hour winds. That's along US 62 south of Carlsbad, about to cross into Texas. And then we have a severe thunderstorm watch for these two cells. The one went up pretty quickly here near Herman, and that's also warned for Blair, Modal, over towards Missouri Valley. Large hail in here along US 75, just in the Herman area. May try and do something. We'll have to see. We'll have to watch and see if it can form an appendage. It looks like it might be trying to. There's not precip in here, but there is a bit of rotation, so we'll watch that. And then the cell to the north, considerable threat, tennis ball size hail, 60-mile-an-hour wind. The tornado warning has been allowed to expire. There's still an area of rotation in here, in particular that area right back in there looks a little suspicious, but that's a little tucked back further. We'll see if that storm tries again. If it does, it's coming down towards Glencoe, Little Sioux, Pisgah, Moorhead, and northwest Iowa. Let's see, taking a look at and then taking a look at this severe thunderstorm watch that covers kind of northeast Nebraska and western Iowa here. Severe thunderstorm watch until 11 p.m. Couple tornadoes are possible. Scattered hail up to softball size, and scattered wind gusts up to 70 possible. That's a small area, but it's basically for these two. Ooh, excuse me. Let me get tissue and sneeze here. All right, I'm back. I grabbed a tissue, but I also grabbed a bite to eat and a refill on the lemonade. I quickly want to go through. We're down to one tornado warning here at the moment. This is the one in Pembina County, North Dakota here. And still just radar indicated. Let's see if we can get a better view of this. Still large hail in here near Hamilton and Juliet. That's coming towards the I-29 corridor here. And then taking a look at velocity. Still have rotation showing up in here. Not super tight at the moment, but that's a dangerous storm there. And then over here in northeast Minnesota, those storms have gone below severe limits near Grand Marias, Silver Bay. Still some strong storms even up towards Thunder Bay in Ontario. And then now storms are south of Duluth with the severe storms over here. Tornado possible for that storm that was tornado warned earlier with at least a couple confirmations. Still a little bit of circulation in here. There's also a little bit back in the storm to its west, back near Glen. So we'll have to watch those. Large hail between Glen and Malmo right now. Still the north side's Mille-Lac Lake, Mille-Lac Lake. You guys got to watch out. And then we're watching storms move into areas here around the areas north of Minneapolis, St. Paul. I was trying to get the camera working. There's a bit of a shelf cloud showing up on the camera here out of Elk River. But that camera seems to be down, and unfortunately I think that was the one that best showed. Yeah, that one was the one that best showed the storm structure. So I'll see if I can get that one working again. Otherwise, strong storms all the way still back in the St. Cloud metro, even some small hail likely in that one north of St. Joseph. And then also watching those storms in Iowa, a few isolated storms here in Iowa. There's a strong storm now north of Fort Dodge. That one's one to watch. Has a special weather statement at the moment. But these ones are drifting slowly towards the Omaha metro. The one that had a tornado warning earlier has a considerable threat for lime-sized hail and 60-mile-an-hour winds. That one still has some rotation on it, but it's broad right now, so unless it tightens back up, it's not tornadic at the moment. And then also watching the storm here near Blair with lime-sized hail and considerable threat for that severe thunderstorm. And we can also take a look at that. It has a little broad rotation too, but it has not tightened up since we saw it last. It's, I think, trying to on this rain-free side. But we'll watch that one. Blair, Fort Calhoun, Missouri Valley, and Modal. Herman, you guys are just about out of it here on the Herman side of things. We'll watch those. Those are getting a little closer to the Omaha metro, so we'll have to keep an eye on those. Back up here to the tornado warned storm. We'll split this up for a minute while I finish my food. And let's see. Let's keep an eye on this one here for just a minute. And then we'll get back to touring the radars, and I'll see if we can get either that cam working, or I might try and get one out of Omaha. We can see those storms moving into Omaha. All right, still working on this, but new severe thunderstorm warning just came out. So I do want to take a look at that. Still watching that tornado warning storm here in northeastern North Dakota. I believe, yeah, I was down here, an extension of the considerable threat lime-sized hailstorm. This is now for Arizona, Nebraska. It's riding right along the Missouri River. Yeah, the Missouri River is in here, right? Yeah. Missouri Valley, Woodbine, Mondamin, Little Sioux, Pisgah, and areas here, Moorhead and Blencoe. But Blencoe, you're about out of it. Moorhead, you're kind of right on the edge. It looks like the hail core has also picked up again, so we're seeing some larger hail in here again. And just had a report out of Little Sioux of train spotter close to 2-inch hail. So this is a pretty strong thunderstorm. And then also, this storm is trying. It's now got a little hornet stinger that I thought it was trying to do a little bit ago, rain-free. So we should be able to see if there's any rotation in this. We should be able to see that here. Not showing a ton of tight rotation, but I think it's going to try and do that. It's going to try and tighten back up. Also seeing some larger hail here near Blair. This is just sliding just north of... Oh, we're going to get a new tornado warning here, too. We'll see when it clicks in here, but let's see. Let me move our traffic cam again. Back to our flooding in South Florida for a minute. All right, let me see here. Trying to get some traffic cameras out of the Omaha Metro. I know we've had them before. Okay, there it is. That's what we need. Yeah, we have storms coming through Omaha right now, so I want to see, or not, coming towards Omaha. Let's see. I think Omaha and Nebraska is another one of the states that mostly has picture-taking cameras versus the live action. But this is a pretty good view here of 680 at the Missouri River here. So this is looking towards the storms here, just to the north. And yeah, it's trying to rotate. We'll see if it can, but it's got a little stinger on that southwest side. This one also has some broad rotation still, but both these storms are big hail-producing thunderstorms. And they're coming into the Omaha metro here. The new tornado warning was out of Minnesota. This is an area here along I-35 north of the Twin Cities. Radar indicated here near Harris, Minnesota, North Branch, and Sunrise. Let's just see. Let's back it up. Okay, yeah. It's that same area of surging winds that we saw when it was back in the St. Cloud metro. But it's kind of on this leading edge here, tightened back up. Actually, maybe even two areas of rotation. One near Springvale, and then one near Walbo. Looks like the Walbo one, as it came towards Cambridge, is the one that's more significantly strengthened here, where it needed a tornado warning. It's now not quite as impressive as it was just a few minutes ago, but let's see. There could be a little area still. I'm not seeing anything right there, so that's a good sign. Let's okay, let's bounce again. Take that traffic cam out for a second. And let me see if I can grab something over that way. That is, there's this Harris and North Branch. That is not in a live traffic cam area either, so that's unfortunate. All right, we'll keep an eye on this one. Let me just check any of these other cameras in here. I'll see how often it takes a picture. I think it's every couple minutes. So once again, we have that area of circulation here. It's between Cambridge and Harris, around Stark, Stanley, Spring Lake. If you're in the Peaceful Valley Mobile Home Park, you need to be in a sturdy shelter, not in the mobile homes. Over towards Sunrise, Wolf Creek. This is also approaching the Wisconsin border here. Yeah, this is Wisconsin, and this is Minnesota. Yeah, the mouse rating here is still a little weird. Minnesota and Wisconsin. But yeah, it's this area in here between Stark, Harris, Spring Lake, and North Branch. Again, approaching Peaceful Valley Mobile Home, Sunrise, and Wolf Creek. You guys all need to be in your tornado safe space there. Still watching those storms here north near Moose Lake, Willow River, Askov, Sandstone, McGrath. A couple areas of a broad rotation in those storms. Those are the ones that were tornado warned earlier. But it seems like the Minnesota storms are downtrending a bit as far as the tornadic threat there. And then also watching the storm here, it seems to have lost a lot of the rotation. So this is coming towards Drayton, Donaldson, Kennedy, Hollock, And if it holds together towards Stephen, looks like they're going to drop the tornado warning, though. Tornado possible, ping pong ball size hail, and 70-mile-an-hour wind considerable threat. That is still a dangerous storm. If you're out ahead of this, treat it almost like it's a tornado. If you're in Donaldson, Kennedy, Drayton, that is a dangerous storm. Had a tornado way back here in Manitoba at one point. Swan Lake, around Swan Lake, Manitoba. So those are dangerous storms. These are also dangerous storms. There's two of them along the Iowa and Nebraska border. One was tornado warned earlier. It had apple-sized hail, over 3-inch hail, and it was for a while just kind of sitting along I-29. Yeah, it had, let's see, near Decatur, it had 3.5-inch hail, baseball plus. And that's right at I-29, so that probably banged up a ton of cars. But I also had a tornado near Decatur on the Nebraska side of the Missouri River. Still has some broad rotation, but it's nowhere near tornadic at the moment. Little Sioux, Pisgah, over towards Woodbine, Magnolia, Maudemon, and Modal. You guys need to be hunkered down for the larger hail that's in this. This is a considerable threat, lime-sized hail. Would not be shocked if there's a little larger than lime-sized. We're starting to see more of those blues in there again. And then this is going to get a considerable threat extended out into the Omaha metro from Blair down to Fort Calhoun, Briggs, DeBolt, I-680 here where our camera is and looking towards. And also here towards Bennington, Kennard, areas that had big tornadoes a couple months ago. This is not one of those situations at the moment. It does have some rotation. It's trying to develop it a little more. So we'll just have to kind of keep our eye on those storms there. That storm that I mentioned a while back near Fort Dodge has also gone severe warned. Not seeing much rotation in there, so I think we're good to go on that one right now. But that is some large hail, quarter-size hail, 60-mile-an-hour winds. And then I do want to check on our friends down in Miami. And good news is not seeing the traffic like we did earlier. The bad news is now that the traffic isn't actually going, we're kind of through the... Hopefully people are just hunkering down tonight. But now that the traffic isn't actually going, we can see it's raining again, and pretty heavily. You can see it now on the roadway here. Also, there is some good news, though. I can see the lines here in the road, so we couldn't see that earlier. So maybe this is coming down a little bit. But either way, it may go back up because it's raining pretty heavily again here in Miami. Hopefully people just stay home tonight. It is not a good night to be out in South Florida. There are heavy thunderstorms on the southern side of things. Yeah, it's raining, but it's not super heavy at the moment. It's kind of moderate, light to moderate rain. But on the southern side of Miami, towards Homestead, you get some heavier rain in here, and then out towards the Everglades. And right now, the Florida Keys are just getting hammered. Not a great day to drive on the Florida Keys. Key West, Marathon, Layton, Isla Morada. Not a great drive here out on the Florida Keys. Yeah, there are more heavy rain and storms coming too. Starting to get darker on this camera. That is a pretty heavy thunderstorm coming our way. This is probably the hail up in here. We can also see a little bit of a base in here. That's an interesting camera. Let me see here. Let me try and pull up a couple different cameras here. So this is a look, new camera here I got pulled up. This is a look at Key West on US Route 1, just north of Key West here. So we can take a look at this since they're getting some of the worst weather at the moment here along the Florida Keys. Actually, a little bit of a lull maybe right now here in Key West, but there are more heavy showers and thunderstorms just offshore. And people are hustling and bustling. Down here, the flood threat hasn't been as big, but still wet roadways, and people are dealing with it here. So I got my shirt on tonight. I was looking for doing some tropical weather coverage here, I guess, in Florida today. So I wanted to kind of match the theme that we were going for today. But yep, Key West here looks like some trees are swaying a little bit. Overall, the rain isn't super heavy at the moment, so that's nice to see. And then still watching the Florida Miami area here. Did we get a car that just got stuck? That van is not moving, and it's in the traffic lane. Wow, that just got interesting. Let's watch this one for a little bit. In the Miami metro here, there is a lot of heavy rain. Still, especially Miami and points south. Our traffic camera is right here at 9:24 and 32nd, which is right in here. So at the moment, very light rain over our traffic cam. There is water now. Now that the light actually has changed with the lighting as it's getting dark, there is water covering the roadway on the other side too. I could not tell fully if there was water on that side earlier, but there is on that side too. You can see the cars getting over. And I think this van has stalled out. They may have hit a wake from a car. So that is unfortunate for them. They're in actually the lane that people have been traveling in. So still rough time here in Miami and in the Keys. A couple strong storms in West Georgia, southwest of Albany here at the moment. Special weather statement on those. Checking also ping pong ball sized hail out here south of Carlsbad. This is now into Texas along US 32. Don't think there's anyone out here, so that's good. And then we'll watch our large hailstorms here coming into the Omaha metro. Checking again. Not seeing a lot of rotation on both of those at the moment. So not much rotation in here, but some very large hail. It's back up to apple-sized hail, destructive winds, 70 miles an hour, and apple-sized hail. That's near Pisgah, Little Sioux, coming towards Magnolia, Woodbine, Logan, Portsmouth, Persia, and eventually here 880 on the northeast side of Omaha. And then this one also lime-sized hail. Wouldn't be shocked if this has higher hail too. Right near Fort Calhoun. And this is going to be headed towards downtown Omaha. This is actually kind of like center line with downtown Omaha. So that's not good. And that one is considerable threat at the moment, 60-mile-an-hour winds, southeast at 20. A little bit of time, but that puts it into Council Bluffs and Omaha in about 50 or so minutes. Carter Lake, about 36. Yeah, this van looks like has stalled out. That's one of the reasons why we say turn around, don't drown. Because these larger trucks that are passing this van may get through. I wouldn't even do this with a bigger pickup truck, but you get some confidence driving in the urban flooding situations because you see other people getting through, and then you try it with a lower wheelbase and get swamped, and now we have a car that's stuck. So this actually was a pretty busy road here during rush hour. Surprised we didn't see more cars get stuck when this was even higher water. It's still pretty good water. And then yeah, you can see when the cars go by, it actually creates the wakes and waves and sloshes around and makes the. That's why we say turn around, don't drown, and don't drive into flooded roadways. Still watching strong storms here in Minnesota, north side of Minneapolis. They've dropped the severe warnings on these, so that's a good sign. But still some heavy rain here, North Branch. And then also strong storms here, considerable threat for lime-sized hail near Sandstone and Bruno. Particularly this one here along 18 between McGrath and Rutledge. That one is a strong hail core right there. And strong but not severe storms here in northern Wisconsin. Also checking in here on our tornado possible tag. This was a tornado warning storm a while back. Still has some rotation in this near Donaldson. So wouldn't be shocked if that got a tornado warning down the road if it tightened back up. All right, let me work on this camera here. This one has stuck again, so let's. Okay, that one's good. Florida is working here. We got Florida cams. And then let's go back to our storm here in the Omaha metro. Oops, hold on. There you go. Let you guys watch the flooding. And then trying to get a good cam that shows us the conditions here in Omaha. Yeah, that is a mess. Mm. Okay. Iowa has a decent network of live cameras. I'm just trying to get one that is pointed in the right direction. Let's see. There's a lot of cameras pointed south. And east. And not where we want it to go. This might be a decent option here at the moment. This is right by the airport here in Omaha. It's looking kind of northeast, north, but we can see the darker clouds here on the horizon. Ooh, something's going on this camera. They were zooming around to look, I think, at the weather conditions. See, the problem is when your car is all swamped, it's like trucks like this going by are just going to swamp it out even more. Yeah, look at all the waves hitting the car. That's just a nightmare. I'm going to grab another bite of food again. Well, that was interesting. Right as I was getting the rest of my dinner, looks like a cop showed up on our camera. The van was stalled out, and then it started moving again. So maybe they just wanted to be on our camera, or they may have sat there long enough where the car wasn't so swamped. They were at least able to move. But anyway, the cop went and kind of checked out this area here. There is water on the other side too. I saw a vehicle just hit it pretty hard and all the water splashing up around it. So this is still a flooded roadway here in at State Route 924 and Northwest 32nd Avenue here in Florida. We got a new severe thunderstorm warning. I was also finishing up food. This is for northern Minnesota here. Tornado possible tag. It's for that cell that was tornado warned earlier. Near Stephen, Fuldall, Newfoundland, Argyle, Viking, and if it holds together, Thief River Falls. There is still some rotation in here near Donaldson. So we'll see. That one is still doing its thing. Big day of large hail, especially here in central Minnesota. We saw large hail on our camera earlier when our camera was at Virginia, Minnesota there. We saw hail hitting the camera. But a whole big area here in northern Minnesota all the way down here in central Minnesota, even western Minnesota, of large hail today. That threat has decreased as storms have crossed the I-35 corridor. Still some larger hail in here near Sandstone. Also a tornado possible tag. There's a bit of rotation in this storm too, especially near Sandstone. And that's where that larger hail is. Yeah, the storms have significantly decreased when they hit the I-35 here through Minnesota. So northern Wisconsin tonight, just some strong storms. Even the UP of Michigan, Holton, possibly over towards Marquette, you may get some storms, but none of those are severe at the moment. And then same for St. Paul. The originally it was a severe thunderstorm warning, but then a tornado or severe thunderstorm watch. But then the tornado watch took over, and that has stayed north of the Twin Cities immediate downtown and metro area. Still a couple stronger storms here north side, but the storms have not pushed into the Twin Cities as severe. So that's some good news for the moment. An area that had kind of an isolated severe chance today was this area here in northeast Nebraska and western Iowa. Still a strong storm here near Fort Dodge. That one seems to be downtrending a bit. And then we still have a pretty considerable storm here. Lime-size hail, 60-mile-an-hour winds near Woodbine and Magnolia. That one does seem to be coming down in intensity, so that's a good sign. The storm on the southern side of that, I think, has taken over. Still has a little rotation in this, or still trying to rotate, I should say. This one has never really fully got that, even though it does have the little stinger on it. There is some rotation back here, so we'll have to keep watching that one. Otherwise, this is mostly a hail-producing thunderstorm, and it's starting to stretch down into the Omaha metro here. Starting to see some rain and wind here on the northeast side of Omaha. Particularly, this is I-29 here, just near the airport. This is I-29 at North 16th Street. So yeah, we're starting to see a little bit of this rain here. and some gusty winds. That's pushing into Omaha and Council Bluffs. Interesting, just outside of that rain, this is like just outside of the rain at Omaha. It's still actually a little bit sunny. Should start raining there pretty quickly. And Omaha has now gotten a severe thunderstorm for considerable lime-sized hail, 60-mile-an-hour winds. That includes Omaha, La Vista, Bellevue, Plattsmouth, Glenwood, Silver City, Mineola, Council Bluffs. I think I said Omaha already. If I didn't, Omaha. As well as Crescent, Briggs, DeBolt. Areas out here on the west side of Omaha, Regency, around 680 and US 6. And this is a big week for Omaha. Omaha has the College World Series coming up this week. I don't believe that starts until Friday. Tomorrow or Friday, I forget. 1-inch hail in Washington County here over by Blair, Nebraska. So that's all headed towards Omaha. And then also just north of 680, Fort Calhoun, Nebraska, reported at North Omaha Airport 1.75-inch hail. So that is close to that lime size. We're going to see if any of that lime size would be tucked just up above that. That's actually coming straight for Omaha. So we will see. This camera should, if it can hold together, keep us right in the path of that. Couple new severe thunderstorm warnings here in Minnesota. This one is for that storm around Sandstone. Still tornado possible. 60-mile-an-hour winds and golf ball sized hail. Still some broad rotation here near Sandstone. That would also cross into Wisconsin here. Oakland and Webster, Wisconsin. And then this storm also looks like it's upscaled recently near Orrock, Oak Grove, north sides of Elk River. You guys have a strong thunderstorm here with half-dollar size hail and 60-mile-an-hour winds coming at you. Our other tornado possible tag, this is up in northern Minnesota, northwest Minnesota, near Stephen. Still has that rotation in here. That is coming towards Fuldall, Newfoundland, and Argyle. Again, a pretty strong thunderstorm tornado possible. Also some small hail. Between Carlstadt and Stephen. That's where your hail core and your tornadic potential are. All coming towards areas here between Warren and Middle River, if I zoom out. If that does hold together, Thief River Falls is kind of center line for that. That is moving at 45 to the southeast. So unlike some of our other storms that are a bit slower, this one's been kicking. .45 to the southeast puts it about 42 minutes away from Thief River Falls. That's a little bit larger of a populated town or city. Wow, look at this. I think did they turn the camera or did they zoom the camera? Hold on. You guys can't see it. They either turned the camera or zoomed the camera. This is still at State Route 924 and Northwest 32nd Street. But this shows
more high water, and it looks like another car stalled out. I didn't see if they zoomed or turned. But either way, this is a big, big mess here in South Florida. And that is a big pickup truck on this other side here. That is a big pickup truck that has water up to the wheels over there, just passing there. So this is, yeah, here comes another pickup truck. And you can see it splash in here. Wow. Still seeing flash flooding here in South Florida. This is going to continue, I think, for the next couple days, too, with more rounds of heavy tropical moisture coming in. So, yeah, 40 minutes or so to Thief River Falls. Yeah, that is a mess. All right, back to our other camera. Getting dark and a little bit rainy here now in Omaha. This is looking east, so we're just east of downtown Omaha, just east of the Missouri River. A couple other tornado warnings here in Canada that I just saw. This area around Arrow River has a tornado warning. Yeah, that's that area. All right, checking back here. That's storm near Sandstone. Still has a little bit of rotation, but this is starting to looks like it's going to be more of a wind threat here as it's surging out. So that's headed towards the Wisconsin border, Oakland and Webster, and Danbury on the Wisconsin side. And then the other severe thunderstorm in Minnesota right now is this one north of Elk River near Orrock. Pretty good amount of wind in this too. Zimmerman, Oak Grove, Bethel. Watch that area just in case it starts to rotate, but it's not really at the moment. And north of Elk River. So some good news there. Things are kind of downtrending in Minnesota at the moment. Watching the storm here that has considerable threat, lime-size hail. We just got a lime-size hail report out of Douglas County, Bennington here, around 680. That is not good. This is coming into Omaha with some lime-sized hail here near Briggs to Bolt, right along 680 here in the Missouri River. And this is going to be headed down into Council Bluffs and Omaha downtown. We're starting to now get the rain here. We're at our camera at 480 and the Missouri River Bridge. Looks like just some heavy rain at the moment, but wouldn't be surprised if we start getting some wind and hail on this camera pretty soon. Again, we're looking away from Omaha at the moment. Change the title here. It is nice. You can change the title of the live stream so as stuff gets updated. Like earlier, I kept it on Minnesota, and now I wanted to broaden it out to Upper Midwest since we're watching storms here in Omaha and Minnesota. And not really North Dakota anymore, but let me check while we have a little bit of some downtrending of storms. I do want to check on what the Storm Prediction Center is thinking here at the moment. All right, out of the NWS-SPC here, risk for large hail, locally damaging gusts, and a tornado or two continues across the Minnesota Weather Watch. This was about 40 minutes ago. The greatest near-term threat for tornadoes was that storm, I think, around Sandstone. So, monitoring that. They've dropped the northern Minnesota enhanced risk. It's now just down to a slight risk. So that's good. Good news is looks like the Weather Service sees a little bit of that downtrending as well. These watches both expire in about an hour, so we'll see. This one goes a little longer until 11. Starting to see the rain pick up here. Council Bluffs, Iowa, just east of Omaha, Nebraska. We'll take a quick tour again. We'll double check our storms here in Minnesota. This one's starting to get an outflow boundary. Still has some rotation though near Fulldale or Fulldall. And likely some small hail up in here as well. So that one is worth watching. Again, probably about a half hour, 40 minutes or so from Omaha or from Thief River Falls. This storm is still trying to rotate too. The one near Sandstone, pushing towards the Wisconsin border. Have to watch that one a little bit here. So yeah, we'll watch that one. And then back a little closer to the Twin Cities. Still have a strong storm here near Orrock, Zimmerman, north sides of Elk River. Not much rotation, just a bunch of wind in here, and then hail. $50 size hail near Zimmerman. So that's pretty much what's going on in Minnesota right now. Everything is north of I-94. So I-94 and points north. That's pretty much where all of your severe weather has been for most of the afternoon. There were severe storms this morning in southern Minnesota, but it's pretty much all been in the northern half of Minnesota. And then back down here into Omaha Council Bluffs. The storm here still being listed for lime-size hail, but it does seem to be weakening here near Logan, Portsmouth, and Persia. We'll continue watching it, but likely that one is about done. The storm here, though, has picked up. 2-inch hail, 2.5-inch hail, Washington County. Another one here, close to 2-inch hail. And then I'm also seeing hail reports now coming in from Omaha here in Douglas County by train spotters. 2-inch hail. So we might start to see it here soon. Luckily, though, the traffic does seem to be decreased. Oh, there's a pretty good lightning flash there. But this does have that little appendage, too, so we do have to keep watching that. Not a lot of rotation with this, but we'll keep an eye on it. They're going to extend this severe thunderstorm warning here for ping-pong ball-sized hail and 60-mile-an-hour winds. So it's come down from Lyme. It's also dropped a considerable threat. I would agree with that. That's going to affect here Shelby, Minden, Neola, Hancock, Avoca, down towards Oakland and Underwood in Iowa. If you're in Omaha right now, you guys need to be away from windows, away from skylights, and And be in an interior room, lowest level if you can, because there are some pretty big hailstorms or stones coming at you. This is pretty consistently dropped. It looks like 1.75 to 2 inch to even 2.5 inch hail in this core right here from Blair, Fort Calhoun, Briggs, DeBolt, and now coming into the Omaha, like downtown Omaha here by train spotters. Golf ball size hail near Benson High School. 1.5 inch hail, Douglas County here. And we're not even getting hail reports from just east of there, where some of these brighter purples are. Let's see if we can track the hail again. Ooh, that's not good. The latest scan here just showed a bunch of blue showing up, so probably even have some larger hail, closer to that lime-sized hail. And this is coming pretty close to our camera here. Let's see. Our camera's here at 480. It might just miss some of the largest hail. Let me see. All right, I just repositioned us to the I-80 Missouri River Bridge. Again, we're looking towards the east here, so we're looking away from Omaha, but that puts us right in this area here. So that may get into some of this larger hail that's pushing in. We're just to the east of that. It looked like our other camera, which is up here at 680, was just going to miss the largest hail. So I put us in a position to intercept some of this hail here. They've extended this out. I think I already went over that, but Bellevue, Plattsmouth, Glenwood, Silver City, Mineola, down towards Malvern. You guys got to watch out for this storm. If you're down here, Plattsmouth, Malvern, you got a few minutes to put the car in the garage and get it under cover and get inside. That storm near Fort Dodge is faded out. Checking back up here. Ooh, the lightning is starting to pick up there too. $half size hail, 60-mile-an-hour winds. Not loving the look of that storm, but it's not really rotating, so that's good. But some good hail in here near Zimmerman and Crown, Minnesota, north of Elk River. And then also that tornado possible tag for that storm near Sandstone. Still has a little rotation coming towards Danbury, Oakland, Webster on the Wisconsin side. Thief River Falls, let's check back up with you guys. I think we're starting to lose this storm. It still has that rotation near Fuldall, right in here. But we're not seeing those returns, those purple and pink returns. So I think the hail is coming down on that storm. $half size. Whoa, look at the lightning. I think the cam froze, but that is some big lightning that probably hit really close to the camera. I think that's why it froze up there for a second. Not seeing any hail here at the moment, but we'll see if it picks up. Very quickly, don't want to miss any of the big hail. They turned the camera again on the what is that? State Route 924 there in the Miami Metro. That van is still there. They just got out of the water. So they're up a little bit of an incline. It looks like it must have flooded out again. They must have got just enough juice to get out of the water there. I guess at least that's better. They're still blocking the travel lane though. But yeah, that goes up kind of more of an elevated surface on the other side, so. Not a good night there. I as I was panning around, I thought I saw another car that was flooded out too. Okay, meanwhile, here in Omaha, yeah, it is coming down in Omaha here tonight. 3-inch hail by a train spotter and a photo of 1-inch hail. This is an ugly night here turning into Omaha. Still watching this too. It still has a bit of rotation in here. And rotation has maybe tightened up just a little bit. Not much, but we're seeing the winds go away from the radar here and then go towards the radar there. And right in between is where that little hook is. So right in this area here. That's wind going away from the radar. That's wind coming toward the radar. So we do have to watch that. That's, I think, the best that this storm's rotation has looked in a while. I wouldn't be surprised if it gets a tornado possible tag on it, and if it gets an upgrade. But yeah, this is some large hail. Oh, here you go. Okay, still seeing just the wind and rain. When they pan for a second, there is another car that's flooded out on the other side of all the flooding that we've been watching here on State Route 924. Yeah, good news is a lot of people looks like have hunkered down here in Omaha. If you're driving on 80, this is a rough drive here. So here is that hook. Yeah, that's a nice look at it, actually. A little bit of rain here in the middle, and you can see how it curves out on this side and curves out on the other side. So that camera is basically in this rain-free area right around here. Yeah, it's right here at this interchange, and it's looking west, so it's looking at that thing right there. Not a tornado, that's just a rain. That's some rain in this appendage in this hook. But if one forms, that's where it would be looking here. And actually, it would probably be just ahead of that rain. It'd be in this area right in here. Yeah. So we would see it if it was in here from that camera. Yeah, that is a that's got some structure now. A little more concerned. Tornado potential could increase here in the short term in the Omaha metro. Back to the lives. Coming down. Still watching this storm here in Minnesota too. Nothing imminent, but it is trying to hook up too. And then the storm here near Oakland and Webster has significantly decreased. Yeah, these storms have really, like I-35 has been a force field today. As soon as they've gotten east of I-35, they have fizzled fast. Very interesting there. Still some rotation here near Fuldahl, but I think we're starting to wind down on this storm. We'll see if it gets an extension. If it does, Thief River Falls would probably be in that. So yeah, we'll see if that gets an extension. Oh, here we go. Let's see. Here is the look. Zooming in the other way from where the van is stuck. There is another car further back in all this flooding. For the most part, I think the standard camera has been focused on this row of palm trees, and that's where we've seen a lot of the flooding. But yeah, there is a vehicle stuck back further. It looks like yellow lights here. Looks like a DOT vehicle or a work vehicle is trying to figure this situation out here. And yeah, that water goes out back quite a ways. It almost goes back to that other intersection down the next block. So that is still a mess in the Miami Metro. And still a mess here on I-80. This is I-80 at the Missouri River in Omaha. We've had a 2 to 3 inch hail in Omaha, and also watching a area of rotation that has now just passed. But watching that area of rotation, let's see if I can get a view of that. There's kind of an area there where there's not a lot of cameras. All right, we'll keep watching from I-80. Yeah, there is another car flooded out here. It's in the dark. But right where this vehicle's passing, there's a car right here too. So there's at least a few cars, I think, flooded out on this camera that the traffic cam here is showing. I think this is the most flooding we've seen on a live stream, at least in quite a while, at least since the Mobile Causeway flood back in early April. We were watching a big cluster of thunderstorms, and the wind came out of the south on the Mobile Causeway. It happens frequently in winter storms and hurricanes, and sometimes big MCS events too, and that's what we saw there, with the causeway getting overtaken by some water from Mobile Bay. This is not bay flooding. This is just flooding, urban flooding from small streams, culverts, and just on low areas on the street. Yeah, looking further down, there's more water. This is looking past the next block. You can see there's more water where that car's turning. So it's not like when they get through this patch of water that we've been really kind of focused on this camera, it's not like when they get through that it's all dry. There's more of these water hazards as they continue driving here. Yeah, down towards this intersection, it looks like there's more water. It's just a giant... If you don't have to go out tonight in southern Florida, please don't. All right, back to I-80. That is oh, our storm to the north has been, well, it's done. It's been allowed to expire. Checking on this area here. Still pretty broad. It's broad rotation. South Omaha, La Vista, coming towards Bellevue. And then the large hail is just, I think, away from our camera. Our camera is, oh, let's see. Our camera is maybe like 1.5 miles from some of the larger hail. If you're in the Omaha area and you can let the storm pass, let it pass before you have to go out. Because there's nothing behind this. This storm is all alone here along the Missouri River. We saw it kind of start out by Sioux City and just south of Sioux City. Well, this storm actually started back further. We saw the first storm, and then the other storm developed back here and has come down the Missouri. So we've seen 2 storms essentially here in along the Missouri River between Nebraska and Iowa. They've both produced large hail. This one is producing large hail in the Omaha Metro. Checking on our storms again. Here near Oak Grove, Minnesota. large hail still likely in that one. Quarter-size hail. It looks like it dropped quarter-size hail near Zimmerman. A report by the emergency management. And then also, we'll see if they extend this or not towards Thief River Falls. Thief River Falls, if the storm is slowly fizzling, but probably not enough where it's just going to disappear before it gets to you. I think Thief River Falls, you're going to get a thunderstorm. We're kind of just figuring out how severe it's going to be. Oh yeah, there's still that tornado warning here near Rivers and Bradwardine in Manitoba. Yeah, still seeing some rotation in that storm. Likely large hail too. This is north and west of Brandon, Manitoba. Okay. I assume this storm has fizzled now too, it looks like. Oh, you know what? I just think we're not seeing it. Yeah, there it is. It's still out here producing some large hail. Ping pong ball size hail and 60-mile-an-hour winds in West Texas. This is, let's see, central Culberson County, Texas. Mainly rural areas. That's good to see. This is not a rural area. This is actually a well-populated area that we have a broad rotation, but also, more importantly, I think right now we have 2-inch hail coming through Omaha and over towards Council Bluffs, and now coming towards Bellevue. Yeah, 2-inch hail here, right just in the Omaha Metro. Broadcast media reported 2-inch hail. I think we're only going to see all these hail reports grow. They're going to extend the warning here out of Oak Grove to East Bethel, and areas here around Columbus and Forest Lake here north of Minneapolis, St. Paul. A little bit more of a populated area. This is approaching I-35, where I-35 east and west split on the north side of Minneapolis, St. Paul. So a little more suburban area here. It's kind of crossing that to Elk River. It's just kind of on the edge, like ex-urban area here. So it stayed away from the most populated areas. But once we get over here towards Columbus, Forest Lake, and areas here around East Bethel, this area gets a little more populated than it's been in. With some larger hail there. Those are kind of the two storms I'm watching at the moment. They've upped the considerable threat to tennis ball size hail from the lime sized. So this is now a considerable threat, lime-sized hail. Still has that area of kind of broad rotation in here. May be able to see it again. Let's see. I think we're looking the wrong way in those cameras. The worst of this is almost over for Omaha. Omaha, you're on the back end. So it's mostly Omaha downtown and then points south along US 75 and then also over towards Council Bluffs and then down towards Bellevue in Nebraska. This is kind of your area here where you expect to see a little larger hail. Let's see. Let me see if we can I like our I-80 camera. I just checked around in some of the other cameras. We'll keep our I-80 camera for a little bit. Refreshing lemonade. Still watching this little area here. It is trying to rotate, I think, a little tighter here. That's right near Bellevue. So what to watch that one. That is also 2-inch hail just coming in here out of Bellevue by a train spotter near Bellevue University. 2.5-inch hail near Council Bluffs Emergency Management Source. Been trying to pay attention. We could not confirm any hail on our camera, at least the larger hail. Oh, look at this. They're towing cars out of the water here. They got one of them out to a on a tow truck to a drier spot here. Yeah, that's not a fun day here in Miami. Yeah, we've seen a pretty good stretch here of 3 and 2-inch hail reports coming out of this whole stretch here into northwest Omaha suburbs, downtown Omaha, and now just to the south of Omaha. So, ooh, that's been hit hard. All right, let's see. Still the ongoing storm, half dollar size hail from Oak Grove over towards Forest Lake. And this is one of our stronger storms right now in Minnesota, but Oak Grove, East Bethel over towards Forest Lake. That storm has had a history of some larger hail as well. And then we were figuring out what they wanted to do for that storm near Thief River Falls. They've dropped it down to a special weather statement. I would agree with that. Looks like it is downtrending. So Thief River Falls is probably going to get a strong storm, especially on the north side. Looks like the strongest may slide kind of right along US 59 near Thief River Falls. Especially up towards Holt, Viking, New Fulton. That's a stronger storm there. Still watching that area rotation near Bellevue. It has not been tornadic, so it has not tightened up. But also watching this core of heavy hail here. Oops. Let's see. That got stuck again. Just a note here, you can see this angle here, the car that they towed out of the water. You can see the palm trees blowing here. So there is some gusty winds in that storm as well. And looking at the Keys here, still wet roads. You can see some of those trees are blowing too a little bit, but not that bad right now near the Keys. Yeah, this is actually been a pretty big storm here for Omaha. I think we're just seeing a little bit of the beginning here, but we're seeing 2.5-inch hail, some 3-inch hail reports pretty consistently here. And this is going to continue here. Bellevue down towards Glenwood. You guys are up next. Plattsmouth, Malvern, Silver City, Mineola. Called you guys out earlier. Hopefully you took that time to get the cars in the garage, because it's been definitely a consistent hail producer here since it really kind of popped up and went severe between Blair and Tecuma. This was the other storm. But yeah, this is kind of on its own here in southwest Iowa at the moment. All right. Just chug the chug the lemonade and get back to work. But yeah, Bellevue down to Plattsmouth. This is coming for you. Again, not seeing a lot of rotation, just kind of broad rotation. It has that look to it, but it's just not quite doing it here. It looks like traffic's picking up on our I-80 camera. I wonder if people did actually kind of let this storm pass. That would have been the smart thing to do. So, good news. That's some good news. People let it pass. Just one severe thunderstorm here in Minnesota right now. It's north of the Twin Cities, east Bethel over towards Columbus and Forest Lake. You're in for some half-dollar size hail and 60-mile-an-hour winds. Still a couple other storms here that have actually just recently popped up near Buffalo and back towards Elk River, between Elk River and St. Cloud. So there still could be an area here that develops that gets through the Twin Cities. The Twin Cities has gotten really nothing, at least in the afternoon and evening here. But yeah, you watch this area here. If anything develops, could slide through the Twin Cities. We'll have to see. want to take a look at tomorrow. That is, I think, that area of precip. I saw it glancing at cameras. It's not a big tornado. It's just the area of precip. It's this ball. The hook is turned into kind of its own little... It is rotating, but it's turned into its own little ball here. And we see that the hail returns are actually picked up in here. Yes, that actually gives a CC drop in there, but it's not a tornado. That is an area of hail that's kind of picked up in its little appendage. Just another reason why it's not tornadic, but this is that ball. All right, back to this keeper right here. I want to see what the models are going to do here for these storms. May have lost that camera in Omaha. We'll see if I can get it back. So storms tonight here in the Midwest. The models obviously fizzle the storm here in Omaha in the next couple hours. And a lot of the Minnesota activity also fizzles down. There's some storms that the model tries to bring into northern Minnesota overnight from Canada. We'll see if that actually happens. And then possibly in the morning, there's some storms over South Dakota, southwest Minnesota. But it's not till later in the afternoon where this system slides down into southern Wisconsin and then Iowa, with a pretty big storm cluster developing tomorrow late afternoon and evening into Iowa, into the Chicago metro, western Michigan, and possibly late afternoon and evening extending up into southern Ontario. The whole area may kind of unzip a little bit into northern Missouri, and also little activity in the western Kansas and even Texas Panhandle. And then as the night continues, that slides down through central Illinois, but starts to lose intensity as it gets towards the I-70 corridor. Maybe some stronger storms still around St. Louis. This is just one model run, but just kind of looking at it. The other thing is this has pretty much for the next like 24 hours or so a pretty steady stream of heavy rain across South Florida again. Yeah, so this area from Lake Okeechobee and south really just continues to funnel tropical moisture up through here. Tomorrow afternoon, the model has a couple bigger storms here in the I-4 corridor too. But I-4, Orlando, Tampa, has not gotten the consistently heavy rain that that southern Florida has had. we'll also see tomorrow what this Invest 90L can do somewhere over here. So some of this is due to Invest 90L, but a lot of this is just the tropical moisture that's kind of trailing off of it. But still a question mark of what any development would happen. If anything does develop out in this area, there's still this trailing area of moisture that's still going to stretch over southern Florida. And then the frontal system that's coming through the Midwest here. Tomorrow, that's kind of going to bring storms here. And then Friday and Friday, it's going to kind of bring storms mostly to the northeast and maybe tailing back here. But by Saturday, that should be mostly off the coast. And that is going to help whatever 90L becomes, whether it stays just an invest or it becomes a tropical depression or even tropical storm. The front probably doesn't get down that far to Atlanta, but the front basically in this area here, especially in the northeast, that's going to help lift whatever this is up and like that, up and away, because this front is swinging through this way. So that's going to help pull this thing away from the U.S. and keep it pretty much offshore. I think there's always a chance of something, showers and stuff, clipping the far north eastern portions of North Carolina there, just because the Outer Banks stick out so far into the Atlantic. But I don't even think, at least on this model, the Outer Banks are going to get much. There will be an increase probably in rip currents and also in waves for the Carolinas the next few days, and also obviously the east coast of Florida too. But yeah, the model isn't even showing much back. It's really keeping the development out kind of in this area here. So anything that develops is going to be well away from the Carolina coast and continue going north and east as that front comes through. So that's kind of a look at the next few days. The next few days look a lot like today here in Florida, unfortunately. So more flooding rains likely from Fort Lauderdale, Miami, the Keys, over Alligator Alley towards Cape Coral, Naples, Fort Myers, up towards Lake Okeechobee, and then likely a little bit stronger of a chance of storms tomorrow on the I-4 corridor. Most of that is just, again, sea breeze fronts, but also a little bit of some outflow from this tropical corridor here, so a little bit of interaction with that, but some probably stronger, more widespread storms than there were today there. All right, let's see. Minnesota. Still has some strong storms here north of the Twin Cities. The storm that's actually severe warned doesn't look as impressive as the one right behind it. Maybe some small hail in this storm coming up towards Lino Lakes and Yugo. I think this area tonight, maybe pushing down into the Twin Cities, could have a few severe warnings still if any of these storms get a little more vigorous. And then we're watching our big hail producer. More hail reports coming in here from Omaha. Just a whole bunch of them. And continuing down here towards Bellevue. This is going to continue down here further south. Tabor, Bartlett, Thurman, Anderson, Randolph, Moline, Sidney. This is far southwest Iowa here. Still not seeing a lot of rotation with that storm, so that's good there. Not seeing much there. We'll keep an eye on that one, though. And then, let's see. Oh wow, there were some chasers that got some good tornado footage from the Northwoods today, near that Aiken, Minnesota storm from earlier. Just retweeted that. Pretty good sized tornado, looks like. And then, yeah, a lot of very cool structures, pictures coming into the Omaha metro. Let me see if there's any hail pictures too. Yeah, there's a huge hail core with that storm out of Omaha. Yeah, very big hailstorm I think we got here in the Omaha metro. National Weather Service out of Miami actually posted some looks like video of cars getting flooded out. So there's more than just the area of wet road and flooded road that we were watching in the Miami metro. Looks like they're pulling the van now too. And a little better here in Omaha right now. Yeah, they're gonna tow the van out of the they've got it off at least the traffic lane, but it looks like they're gonna tow it somewhere too. So I think at least in this little area that our traffic cam has been covering, I think there's at least been 2 or 3 or 4 cars that have been flooded out. Yeah, there were a couple tornadoes back in Manitoba today, too. Storm Prediction Center, large hail threat persists, but storms are expected to weaken. They're talking about the storm here in southwest Iowa, right on the Nebraska border. That's a good sign. That is a good sign. All right, well, before we wrap it up here for today, there's a look at Omaha. It's starting to dry out downtown Omaha now. The I-80 corridor, hail-free now, so cars are going by again. I think we did see a lot of people hunkered down because, yeah, we didn't see as many cars going when it was really storming. The storm is still going, though. There's still large hail in this. Plattsmouth down to Tabor, Malvern, Sydney, Essex, Shenandoah, Riverton, areas here in southwest Iowa. And there is still some rotation in here, but right now it's not looking super impressive. It could still tighten up. It could wrap up and try and produce a tornado, but it has not yet. The good news is it has not in the Omaha Metro. So, Omaha Metro, it's starting to leave you guys. It's now south of Bellevue, down towards Plattsmouth. Still a dangerous storm along I-29 south. If you don't have to go to KC tonight, don't. Or at least hold off until that one gets through. Our severe thunderstorm or tornado watch has been allowed to expire here. So I think that is good. Still a little bit of a severe thunderstorm watch up here. But I think that expires pretty soon. And then also, I think these might be the storms that those models had kind of driving down. Duluth may get another round of storms overnight. It'll be kind of, remains to be seen if that happens. But I think these would be the storms that the models had driving down through northern Minnesota tonight. So we'll see if that happens. Let's look at tomorrow. I'll widen things out. Let's see. Put the radar into the full mode. And then taking a look at tomorrow here. So for the remainder of tonight, this is our now slight risk area. They've dropped the enhanced. So that's good news there. A little bit of a risk still down here in Florida. And even a little bit here of just general thunderstorms possible here in the Front Range. But overall, things I think are dying down for this evening. Tomorrow we have an enhanced risk. Let's see. Sometimes I like to do the... We have an enhanced risk that covers western Illinois, southern Iowa, a little tiny bit of Kansas, northeast Kansas, and then a lot of northern Missouri. That's our enhanced risk. We have a larger slight risk that comes up towards the Detroit metro, especially points west of Detroit, southwest Michigan, Chicago, across the northern Illinois and Wisconsin border, a little bit back towards Des Moines, a little bit back towards southeast Nebraska, and then back into Kansas towards Wichita, back up along I-70, KC over to St. Louis. That's our slight risk, and then a quite larger marginal risk that includes Denver, down to the Texas Panhandle, south of St. Louis, kind of the I-44 corridor, up through Indianapolis, up through Toledo, and then basically the rest of the lower peninsula of Michigan. So that's our risk for tomorrow. Still have the risk down here in Florida a little bit. If anything, I think there's a slight risk, or not a slight risk, but a marginal risk. Could see that area getting enhanced to a marginal risk tomorrow here for Florida, or maybe even the whole southern 2/3. But wouldn't be surprised if somewhere around I-4 south gets kind of a marginal risk. Either way, that's tomorrow's threat. And let's see. Yeah, there's more of the flood threat here. Looks like they have some of this blocked off now. The tow truck, I think, has gone around and blocked off the section of road that we've been seeing cars get stalled out. Tomorrow's risk categorically a low-end tornado threat, basically from Chicago all the way up through Topeka and near Kansas City. Let's see, earlier in the day there was a little bit of a tornado threat here in South Florida. Depending on how that tropical moisture plume fluctuates north to south, there could be a little bit of a tropical tornado threat down in here again. But otherwise, low-end tornado chance tomorrow. The wind threat is pretty strong, though, especially around Iowa, Missouri, and into Illinois here, even up towards Chicago, has the hatched area of significant severe winds. And then also, same kind of area has the hail. So this is a very wind and hail-driven risk. Look at the tornado chances. I wouldn't be totally shocked if this gets extended a little bit into southern Michigan a little more. At least earlier, some of the models I saw pushed a bit of activity a little further into Michigan. So I'd have to check the models again a little closer, but I wouldn't be totally shocked to get a bit of expansion of at least this minimal tornado risk. So we'll see about that. I think they have a bit of a risk in Canada. Environment Canada has a risk area up in kind of this area here between Toronto and on Ottawa, somewhere up in kind of north of Toronto, but up in this area here. So there's that tomorrow. Yeah, probably some strong storms up into southern Ontario tomorrow as well. And then day three is out, just kind of general, but a slight risk here in Pennsylvania, including New York City, up towards the Boston metro. And then also a slight risk right now from northeast Colorado, a lot of Nebraska, and a little bit of northern Kansas, as this front kind of pushes through and then tails back and kind of sparks some activity there. But yeah, I'll be interested to see what the National Weather Service puts out for tomorrow. I think it'll be interesting. Talked about it in our quick cast the other night. So go watch our quick cast if you haven't already. But it'll be interesting. I think a lot of the threat here is going to depend on how much heating gets out of the clouds here in Pennsylvania and New York State. So especially if stuff fires back in here, yeah, we'll have to see how much daytime heating and destabilization we get out of there. But yeah, we'll take a look at that. Yeah, have a good look at our quick cast. We talked about Invest 90L. We talked about the systems here. I think we were one of the first ones to really highlight severe weather risk in the Northeast on Friday, and now the National Weather Service has highlighted that. So yeah, I don't think a lot of other streamers were highlighting a risk on Friday in the Northeast, and we did. So it looks like that should verify. And also talked about 90L, and any development down in here would push out to sea with the frontal system that I talked about earlier, pushing through the Northeast. So that's going to guide everything out to sea. We also did talk about another question mark for next week. Is any tropical development down here in the Gulf of Mexico? And just today, the National Hurricane Center did issue a 7-day watch area, risk area. I think it's just a 20% risk, just similar to 90L. So 90L has a 20% risk over the next 7 days. It's really the next like 3 or 4. But this one is a little more further out. I think it's like Tuesday. Some models have it more like Tuesday. A couple models had it more like Wednesday, Thursday. So check out our quick cast. It talks a little bit about this. Whatever does happen down in here, some of the models have it going kind of into Mexico. It's still going to bring some heavier rain into areas here in South Texas and even up into Louisiana, especially like Southwest Louisiana, Lake Charles. So models are a little too inconsistent on what happens down in here. Our good old friend the GFS, that does kind of overproduce tropical weather a lot of times in the summertime, has then something else just like going up straight into Florida with like a Category 3 hurricane or something, but I don't think that's going to happen. Most systems that develop in June develop in areas that are close to home. So if we do see 90L develop, this is a pretty favorable area for development. If we see something else develop next week, this is a pretty normal area of development. And generally, June storms don't, significantly lead to very strong hurricanes. So if we see something, it's probably a tropical storm and probably goes into Mexico, but also probably brings some heavy rain here into Texas next week. So we'll keep an eye on that. Obviously, any tropical coverage, we'll have that covered for you as well. And except for probably 90L. We'll have coverage of the severe weather this week, but we're not going to cover 90L if it's just a fish storm. So, and it should be, besides the flooding pipeline of moisture here. So that's the biggest effect I think 90L is going to give us, is just the trailing moisture plume here. It's still just going to be in place the next few days, and then that goes out to sea. So actually a pretty busy week, an active week. We also talked about the pattern change in the quick cast. The high pressure that's been in the west is sliding to the east. That'll slide in after this system kind of kicks out of here. So a day or two, I think, a slightly cooler weather still for the northeast. Right behind the front, like the day after, like immediately. And then the next day, I think like even by Friday, Saturday, Sunday, Chicago, Detroit get cooking. So some big heat coming as that heat, high pressure transitions from the west over to the south. It's going to really intensify the heat. And into next week, it's going to intensify heat here. New York, Washington, Pittsburgh, even up into lower New England. We'll also see a bit of storm activity, return flow around that high pressure as the high pressure kind of shifts over here on the East Coast. Warm, moist air out of the Gulf of Mexico comes back up. And then there's also a bit of a front that comes through, a trough that comes through here, Seattle and the Pacific Northwest. If that does kick out into the plains as that return flow comes up from the Gulf of Mexico next week, there could be an increase in severe weather in especially the high plains, but somewhere kind of out in this area. Depending on where it kicks out, it could even go a little further south, but somewhere in this area here, potential for some severe weather next week. We talked about that a little bit too. There's also a bit of another, right now this high pressure for the next couple of days is kind of elongated as it's moving from the west to the east. As it does, there's a bit of a gradient here. There's going to be another little system that kicks down into the northern plains over the weekend. So there may be another round of strong storms here in the northern plains this weekend, but we'll see about that. Otherwise, it's going to be a hot weekend here, East Coast. Obviously hot here in the Southwest, a little cooler in the Northwest, and then a little bit stormy here in the Upper Midwest. So that's a quick version of the quick cast. Otherwise, let's just double check everything. Severe thunderstorm warnings are all in Canada except for the one. Let's check on it one more time here. 10:08 Central, 11:08 Eastern. Still has tennis ball size hail being reported. Still has a little bit of that broad rotation, but the hail core does seem to be coming down. Definitely less of those pinks and purples. So pretty happy to see that's coming down, especially because it's right along I-29. I'll see if we get more reports from the Omaha Metro. If we do, I'll retweet those on our socials. WX Cast USA. So at WXCastUSA on Twitter, and then also here. Let's see. Looking at those cars still flooded out, and still flooding overnight here in Miami Metro. So please, if you're in South Florida, if you don't have to drive tonight, please don't. Stay safe, stay weather aware, everyone, and we'll see you on the next live stream.